Good morning, Chairman. Just to let you know, we've got about a minute before we go live.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning. Morning.
I missed your bovril, Alan. I missed your bovril.
May I ask members to start to turn the cameras and the microphones off, please?
Okay.
The webcast is now live.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before I ask my chaplain, Father Graham Bott, to lead us in prayers, I would like to remind members that this meeting will be live webcast and available for the public viewing for 12 months and archived thereafter. Members are requested to switch their camera and microphones off if you are not speaking, and to use the raise hand function to request to speak. May I also remind members that if they need to declare a disclosable interest, pecuniary interest, they will need to leave the meeting whilst the matter in which they have declared the interest is being discussed. Once that matter has been dealt with, the member will receive an email to inform them that they may rejoin the meeting. Members wishing to leave the meeting or rejoin the meeting before its conclusion should notify myself or other members through the chat box facility. Thank you. I'd now like to call on Father Graham Bott and ask him to kindly lead us in prayers, please.
Thank you, Chairman. In the name of the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Let us firstly hold before God those who are suffering as a result of the pandemic. God of compassion, be close to those who are ill, afraid, or in isolation. In their loneliness, be their consolation. In their anxiety, be their hope. In their darkness, be their light. In their suffering, be their strength. Through him alone who suffered on the cross, but who reigns with you in glory. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
O God, the creator and ruler of all, we ask your blessing on the members and officers of this county council who have been called to show care and responsibility in the community. We pray that they may have wisdom, patience, and the ability to listen to each other and to the needs and desires of those whom they represent. That through their dedication and hard work, this county may duly prosper and the life of all its people be enhanced. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
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 Father in heaven, we pray that your grace may be in our hearts and your wisdom in our minds, so that all who we do may be guided by you, that we may always have the concerns and the good of others at the centre for all we seek to do. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
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 I invite you to join with me in saying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father,
Our Father,
Father, art in heaven,
hallowed
be thy name.
thy
Thy
kingdom,
kingdom come,
thy
thy
will
will
be
be
done
done,
on earth
earth
as
as
it
it
is
is in heaven.
Give us
Give us
this
this
day
day
our daily bread, and forgive us
forgive us
our trespasses,
as we
forgive
forgive
them
those
them
who trespass against
against
us,
us,
and lead us
not into temptation,
but deliver us
deliver us from evil.
thine
Thine is the kingdom
who lives and reigns with you, one God, ever and ever.
and ever.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Father Graham. Safe journey wherever you're going today. See you soon, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we start on the agenda, and I take apologies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to mention that at around 11:15, depending on where we are on the agenda, I propose to have a 10-minute comfort break so that everybody can have stretch their legs and move away from their screens. Thank you. First item on the agenda is to receive any apologies. Are there any apologies for absence, please?
Madam Chairman, I have received apologies from Trevor Johnson and Jason Jones.
Thank you very much indeed. Item 2, declarations of interest. Does any member wish to declare an interest? John Francis, you've raised your hand.
Yes, Madam Chairman, can I declare an opportunity interest on agenda item 6, leader statement item 6, protecting Cannock Chase. I live on the Chase. I know farmers who farm on the Chase, and I'm a member of Staffordshire Wildlife Trust.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Keith Lunder, please.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to declare another interest. I have received a small grant for my business from SMDC, not directly from this council, and it's part of the economic plan that I think might be discussed a bit later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Brooks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wish to declare a non-pecuniary interest in the leader statement, in the statement that I shall be, and the questions I shall be raising in the general part of that statement regarding the Toxteth Town Centre master plan and the fact that a owner of a site impacted by that potential plan is also constructing an agricultural building for myself. Thank you.
Very much indeed. Councillor Mrs Susan Woodward, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to members. Can I declare a non-pecuniary interest in item 6 of the leader's statement, as I'm co-chair of Chase Water Friends? Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mark DeVille, please.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman. Thank you. Any discussion, Chairman, regarding the excellent assistance and support for local businesses? I would declare an interest as a Staffordshire small businessman, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. I wonder if this, oh sorry, I've got another two. Councillor Helen Fisher, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning. Yeah, item 6, non-pecuniary interest. I am co-chair of Chase Water Friends.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnny McMahon, please.
Item 6 again of the chairman's presentation. I'm on the board of Chase Water Friends.
Thank you very much. There are no other declarations of interest. So I wonder at this juncture, I wonder if I could ask Councillor Derek Davis, would you mind turning your camera off, please, Mr Davis? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda, confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 10th of December 2020 be signed as a true record. And then I will take it that the minutes are agreed unless members indicate to the contrary.
Move it, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Have I got a seconder, please? Thank you.
Happy to second that. Happy to second that, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Moving on to agenda item 4, Chairman's correspondence. I'm delighted, ladies and gentlemen, to share with you Staffordshire residents recognised in the Queen's New Year's honours. I'm sure that members will wish to join me in congratulating Dr Richard Harling, the Council's Director of Health and Care, in being awarded an MBE for services to public health and adult social care in Her Majesty the Queen's New Year's honours. May I also take this opportunity to extend the Council's congratulations to the following Staffordshire residents who have also received and been honoured.
Hi, mate. I've got some figures, facts and figures.
Mr. David Williams, I think you're coming across the. You've got your microphone on. Thank you. I'll repeat that again. May I also take this opportunity to extend the Council's congratulations to the following Staffordshire residents who have also been received and been honoured. Mrs Sarah Ann Bowman, OBE, lately CEO, Initiative for Social Entrepreneurs, CIC, for services to social enterprise. Mr Lee Pardy McLaughlin, OBE, Child and Family Principal Social Worker at Coventry City Council and former Staffordshire County Council employee and Staffordshire University lecturer for services to children and families. Mr Brian Roberts, Finance Commissioner at the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government, OBE, for services to local government and public sector finance. Major Retired Robert John Cross, Chairman, from Rudgley North Midlands Branch, the Gurkha Welfare Trust, MBE, for services to Gurkha veterans. Mr Ronald Flowers, former Wolves and England footballer, MBE, for services to football. Mr Joseph Garcia, Director Operations, South East Coast Ambulance Trust, MBE, for services to emergency response, particularly during the pandemic. Mr Paul Jonathan Morris, Founder and CEO, Admaster UK Limited, MBE, for services to export. Mr Darren Teal, Founder Junction 15, MBE, for services to median and vulnerable communities in the UK and abroad. Ms Susan Tipton, Managing Director, Protocol Consultancy, from Tamworth, MBE, for services to apprenticeships and charity in the West Midlands. Dr Nigel John Tringham, latterly Editor, Victorian County History of Staffordshire, MBE, for services to local history, especially in Staffordshire. Mr Michael John Dakin, Chairman, Gibbleston District Scout Council, BEM, for services to voluntary services, to scouting and to the charities in Staffordshire. Mrs Patricia Diane Gertie, Pharmacist Dispensing Technician, BEM, for services to pharmacy services in Leek during the pandemic. Mrs Maureen Elizabeth Thrissine, former Girl Guiding County Commissioner, BEM, for services to girl guiding and charity. And Mrs Gladys Mary Turnbull, Wolverhampton Netball and founder of Whitmore Netball Club, BEM, for services to sport and the community. Congratulations to you all. I now have a few hands showing, so I'll call on, if I may, Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman, and congratulations to everybody who's been in receipt of an honour across Staffordshire this time around. I'd just like to point out the value of these awards to the people who receive them and the recognition that it brings, and would encourage all members of council, people watching on this webcast, that if you know of somebody who's worthy of an award, please do nominate them. These awards don't happen by themselves. It does rely on people to make those nominations, and I would encourage people to do so. But in particular, I'd like to note Dr Richard Harling's contribution to the council and the work of Staffordshire over the past nearly year now, with the work he's done on the COVID-19 pandemic. I think everybody who's encountered Dr Harling will recognise his hard work and dedication. If you're a representative from a district and borough council, you'll know that if you've got a question for him, he comes back very promptly with the answer. His professional knowledge is outstanding, and all those who encounter him have noticed the speed of response and the level-headed way in which he's dealt with things over the past year. So I'm delighted that Dr Richard Harling has picked up this award, and I think it's a fair recognition of the hard work that he's put in over the year. But congratulations to everybody, and please do nominate anybody you know who you consider to be worthy of the award. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I hear to what you've just said. Answer Mrs Charlotte Atkins, please. Your microphone's not on, Charlotte. No. No. Yes, you're on now, I think, Charlotte. No, you've gone off again.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Charlotte. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Charlotte, I can hear you.
I don't know what happened there. I apologise for that inconvenience.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone who has been honoured in this way, because obviously they made huge contributions to their local communities. But I particularly want to talk about Dr. Richard Harling, because his MBE is absolutely richly deserved. Richard always speaks with absolute authority. And what I really appreciate is he always says it straight, just as it is, no gilding of the lily. And he's also always on top of the detail. But having said that, he can always explain things simply to non-experts, people like myself. He has shown great leadership during the pandemic and has an absolutely prodigious work rate. As Alan White said earlier, he responds immensely quickly to any emails you send him, and we are extremely lucky to have him in Staffordshire. So congratulations again. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Miss Charlotte. Thank you. Councillor Philip Atkins, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just want to congratulate everybody who's been honoured in this way. In particular, Richard. He's been exemplary right from the start of the pandemic. But also Brian Roberts, who served the County Council as County Treasurer, or the Director of Finance, as we probably call them now. And Brian served us for many, many years. He was he was with the County Council when I first became a member, and balanced the books under Richard Tenterbaum, and eventually moved to Leicestershire, where he was the Finance Director there. And latterly, he's been one of the commissioners who's been looking after Northamptonshire when they got themselves into a Section 114, and he's of national renown. So in many ways, Brian was the architect of the firm finances that the County Council enjoys today. And I think it's only right and proper that we should mention him in the Chamber, Madam Chairman, for a Shire county who he served for so many years, and he still lives in Stafford. All the time he worked at Leicestershire, he used to drive up to Uttoxeter and across the A50 and down the M1 every day to go to work at Leicester County Hall. So well done, Brian, and well done, Richard, and well done, everybody else. Very well deserved honours. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Councillor Mark DeVille, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Echo the words of, and congratulations to everyone in Staffordshire, Madam Chairman, and totally echo the words of Councillor Atkins, both Councillor Atkins. But Charlotte was right. Richard is a man. He won't use two words if one word will do. And I think during all the complexities in our battle against this damn virus, that's exactly what we needed. Succinct, get straight back to you, absolutely on the ball, knows his brief. His technical knowledge is just amazing, you know, and Richard's contribution to the fight against this pandemic has been so massively helpful locally. And apologies, Richard, again, I've emailed Richard at ridiculous times, like 11 o'clock, almost midnight, Chairman, and he's got straight back to me. So he's very, very, very many congratulations, and richly, richly deserved, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I think we all echo the comments that have been made. Thank you. Still on the Chairman's announcements, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those who continue to care for and provide support to everyone within our communities during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to extend an unreserved thank you to each and every one of you for your continued commitment, selflessness and hard work. It is more important than ever that people follow the government guidance. While we're in lockdown, this means that people should stay at home. People should only leave home for a small number of essential reasons, which include essential shopping and to go to work if they cannot work from home. This remains the best chance we have of reducing the number of cases, relieving pressure on the NHS and getting back more to the freedoms that we used to take for granted. Moving on now to the Dignity in Care Awards. that have just been mentioned by the Leader of the Council. Members may be aware that nominations for the 2021 Dignity of Care Awards opened on the 1st of February 2021. The awards honour the unsung heroes in our communities who care for the most vulnerable. On behalf of the Council, I would like to extend my thanks to all the county's carers for the invaluable work they do and continue to provide each day and every day. Now to move on to the former County Councillor Vera Ivers, MBE. It is my sad duty to inform the Council of the death on the 15th of January 2021 of former County Councillor Vera Ivers, MBE. Councillor Ivers served on the County Council between 1985 and 1997 and represented the Leek, South Staffordshire Moorlands County Electoral Division. I would now like to call on Councillor Mrs Charlotte Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Vera Ivers was my predecessor as the County Councillor for Leek South, serving, as you said, from 1985 to 1997. Sadly, she never made it into Parliament in 1987, but she helped me to do so 10 years later. She was a formidable lady, but also incredibly warm, kind and principled. She died aged 89. And I was privileged to attend her funeral, which, typical Vera, she planned completely herself. Music, readings, the whole thing. Having qualified as a nurse, she went on to become a social worker in Staffordshire, specialising particularly in mental health and services for the elderly. She worked for Beth Johnson's for many years, setting up a network of advocates for elderly people, a cafe and an information centre in Stoke-on-Trent. And she also set up the North Staffordshire branch of Mind. Taking a master's degree at Keele University, she was awarded a Churchill Fellowship, which allowed her to travel to the United States to study innovative services for the elderly. And she brought all that experience and penetrating insight into the service, into service delivery, to her role within the County Council. So she really was incredibly well informed. She served too on the Joseph Rowntree Older People's Steering Group and also the Older Women's Network for Europe. So it was no great surprise that she was awarded the MBE for services to the elderly back in 2002. In Leek, she helped set up the Citizens Advice Bureau, which is still going strong, and also Bank House, a day centre for older people. In retirement, she moved to Spain for a while, but she kept her hand in. She never wanted to give up on anything, and she set up a branch of Age Concern on the Costa del Sol. When she returned to Leek, she became active in the University of the Third Age, and she has delighted everyone with her witty writing, some of which was read out at her funeral. So her rich legacy survives today, and we will miss her. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Mrs Atkins. Thank you. Now, members, I'd like to ask you, if you would stand, please, to observe a minute silence for Councillor Ivers. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, members. Thank you. Moving on with the agenda now, ladies and gentlemen, we get to agenda item 5, which is the Strategic Plan and Medium-Term Financial Strategy 2021 to 26 and 21 to 22 Budget and Council Tax. At the end of this debate, in accordance with statutory regulations, I propose to take a named vote on the recommendations before the Council. Members are requested to have their microphone ready to reply to the Chief Executive when he reads out their name. If a member does not respond when their name is read out, the Chief Executive will read out their name a second time. If the member still fails to respond, it will be assumed that they are not in attendance and therefore not in a position to vote. Members are requested to turn their microphone off immediately after they have voted. If a member fails to turn off their microphone, it will be turned off for them. Members are also reminded that under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act of 1992, if they are 2 months or more in arrears with council tax, it is an offence for them to vote on the budget. Members are also required to disclose at the meeting the fact that this section applies to them. Councillor Sutherland, will you move for consideration the report, please?
Good morning, Chair and members. Madam Chair, I will move the report, and I'm pleased to be able to introduce the medium-term financial strategy, which I'll refer to as the MTFS, if that's okay, 2021 through to 2026, and the detailed 21-22 budget and council tax proposals. This in-depth report covers the strategic plan, financial planning approach, spending review, projected pressures and risks, council tax and business rates, and capital treasury management and commercial investment strategy. I will highlight a few points within the report as follows. The coronavirus has had a profound impact on the work of this council throughout 2021 and 2020. Apologies. As we enter the new financial year with the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines taking place and our withdrawal from the EU formalised, the priorities and principles of the strategic plan continue to be in the right areas to focus on to drive Staffordshire's social and economic recovery from the events of 2020. An increased focus on climate change was a significant addition to the strategic plan and our vision during the midpoint review last year. In February 2020, the MTFS set a balanced budget for 2021 and 22, but one that included more than £62 million worth of savings per year to be delivered by 2024. In addition to those already agreed savings, a further £26 million is included in the current MTFS for delivery by 2026. Services have made efforts to mitigate their own spending pressures in order to maintain a balanced budget. The impact on our communities has been carefully considered and is shown in Appendix 4. The current list of pressures, investments and saving options are attached in Appendices 5A through to 5D. There is a high level of uncertainty in the MTFS due to a number of factors. The full impact of the pandemic on the local and national economy is not yet clear, and this could have wide-reaching consequences. There are a range of significant risks which need to be carefully monitored and managed, most notably around the provision of care services, but further detail on all the risks identified are set out in the report. Section 25 of the Local Government Act 2003 requires the Chief Financial Officer to report to the Council on the adequacy of the proposed reserves and the robustness of the budget, and I ask Council to take note of these comments when considering the report. In terms of the council tax, Staffordshire County Council has one of the lowest council tax levels amongst counties in England. The current assumption in the financial plan contained in this report are that the general tax increase, which is in line with the principle of taking the tax increase allowed by the government up to the referendum limit, is 1.99 for 2021-22 and thereafter. In addition, the spending review announced that the government would again permit social care authorities to raise council tax by a further 3% to help with funding pressures in social care. This additional increase is also included in the financial plans in this report and is assumed for future years at 2%. The County Council must notify districts and borough councils of its council tax rate for each property band before the 1st of March each year. The Council's proposed council tax at Band D is £1,360.62, which is an increase of £1.24 per week for the average taxpayer. The capital programme is over 100 million for 21-22, and further details can be seen in Appendix 11, together with the funding information. Also in the report is the capital strategy, which is interconnected with the Treasury Management Strategy and the Commercial Investment Strategy, and you can find those on Appendix 12B and C. All three strategies show that the County Council's investment, whether in services or in a commercial venture, can be funded and what the implications are for the funding. In summary, the report identifies that the position for 21-22 is a balanced one, but there remain significant gaps in later years. These gaps reflect the level of financial uncertainty in the future and also reflect the longer-term impact of the pandemic. It is proposed that further cost reductions and one-off resources be used to balance the budget in future years until the government provides more clarification on future funding levels. The long-term vision for the Council is clearly set out in the strategic plan. The financial gap facing the Council, as I've said, is caused by circumstances beyond its control, including the economic impact and significant reductions in funding over time and increased demand for services. For the next year, our priorities remain: create the conditions for the economy to grow and create more better paid jobs in Staffordshire. Support the construction of more homes for Staffordshire. Improve education and skills, provision in our schools, colleges and universities, and focus on a joined-up approach to health, care and well-being, and ensure that children and families have a network of support to help manage their problems and remain safe and well. Madam Chair, before I go to the recommendations, I would like to pay tribute and my thanks to our officers and members of the MTFS Working Group, the Corporate Review Committee, for their input and challenge throughout this whole process, and Rob Salmons and his team, who have worked tirelessly over the year with their financial support across the organisation, and finally to my Cabinet colleagues who collectively have worked to ensure the strategic direction we have set ourselves remain on track. Moving to the recommendations, the Leader of the Council and the Member for Finance recommend that the Council approve all the recommendations set out in the report, which includes, for example, the adoption of the strategic plan, as set out in Appendix 2, a net revenue budget of 530.3 million for 21-22, Appendix 14, planning forecast for 22-23 through to 25-26, as set out in Appendix 14, a contingency provision of 5 million for 21-22, a net contribution from reserves and general balances of 6.255 million, plus a contribution to the local taxation fund of 5.2 million for 21-22, a budget requirement of 529 million for 21-22, a council tax requirement of 388.15 million for 21-22, a council tax Band D at £1,360 £62 for 21-22, which is an increase of 4.9 when compared with 2021. The capital and minimum revenue provision strategy, the treasury management strategy and the commercial investment strategy for 2021-2022. And finally, that the Cabinet Member for Finance and the County Treasurer be authorised to challenge Cabinet, the senior management team and services to manage and deliver the current 5-year plans and to identify further cost reductions and income generation opportunities as appropriate. Madam Chair, that concludes my introduction and recommendations of this report.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd now like to call on the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Mrs Charlotte Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. The COVID pandemic has exposed vast inequalities that exist in our nation between young and old, the well-off and the disadvantaged, white and ethnic minority communities. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on the most vulnerable in our communities, pushing more people on low incomes into poverty, into dependence on food banks and on local support groups. That's the climate in which this council is now to demand an almost 5% hike in council tax, with over half of it down to a 3% precept for social care. At the same time, the council is planning an additional £47.7 million in cuts by 2024, quite simply asking residents to pay more for less. The government has failed after 4 years to deliver on its pledges to resolve the social care crisis, a crisis they created by their relentless cuts to local government. Back in March 2017, Prime Minister Theresa May said she would publish a green paper on social care to allow the public to be consulted. That has never seen the light of day. In 2019, Prime Minister Boris Johnson listed cross-party talks on the long-term reform of adult social care as a priority for his first 100 days in office. We're still waiting. And so the County Council has to use the sticking plaster of an additional 3% rise in council tax to tackle the council's social care shortfall. This is shameful because the council tax is a highly regressive tax, as it's not linked to income. The poorest tenth of the population pay 8% of their income on council tax, while the richest 40% pay just 2 or 3% of their income. That's why it's so wrong to ask residents to stump up a 5% council tax hike at this time when families are facing so much hardship, so much poverty and stress. Social care has been on the front line throughout the pandemic. A third of all fatalities from the pandemic have come from care residents. That's because care homes were not protected, as the government claimed at the start of our lockdowns. There has been a shocking toll of residents and care staff as a result. Thankfully, the NHS has now vaccinated all our local care home residents to keep them safe. But because social care now eats up 2/3 of the council's budget, it impacts on everything the council does. So the council is talking about options to restrict or even stop some services, with a significant impact on some of our communities and staff. Cuts of nearly £48 million inevitably have severe consequences, and they just can't be ignored. But the attitude of the government to local government is also too clear. First, the small increase in the public health grant in no way reverses the 15% cuts made in previous years. Despite the heroic efforts of our public health team led by Dr. Richard Harling in brilliantly managing the local response to COVID and dealing with local outbreaks, they are just not valued by Whitehall. Secondly, the pay freeze for all vital public sector workers outside the NHS tells exactly the same story. The wasting of taxpayers' money on the outsourcing of public service contracts to failing private companies, rather than rely on the tried and tested local authority teams that we know we can rely on, demonstrates a government's desire to reward their friends rather than trust the expertise of public servants to deliver. So council leaders may be lobbying government on social care and on funding, but government is certainly not listening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mrs Atkins. Moving on to Councillor Ian Parry, please.
Sorry, Chair. Good morning, Chair. I wasn't expecting a call. I thought I was behind a little queue there. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I think this morning, as always, is about the strategic plan itself, not about how you spend £500 million, but how we actually ensure that we have done enough, are doing enough, and can do enough to make sure that this council can provide the services and support to this county over the medium term. And it's the medium term that we need to worry about here. This pandemic, and whilst we should not allow it to, if you like, put the brakes on recovery, will affect all sorts of public health, social and economic impact, educational impact, all sorts of things over a medium term. And I think we have to prepare for that. And I think the council is preparing for that. It's shown already that it has the flexibility and ability to respond to a deep crisis like this in the way it responded to the early phase of getting to people, reaching out to people who needed support with food parcels, etc., working with and bringing together and mobilizing volunteer groups, voluntary organizations that made a tremendous response. And through the response necessary, the reorganization of resources, the movement and volunteer support from employees, as well as reorganizing resources from the county to ensure that we could do things like the testing centres and supporting testing centres, working with health partners, ensuring that public health, ensuring that social care was as resilient as ever, and also adjusting to the new needs that came forward. Things don't go away simply because there's a pandemic. People are still at risk. People are still vulnerable. People still need support in their homes. And the council worked through all of that and is showing that it can still find resources to support things like vaccination centres, ongoing support for businesses and the economy. There's a wide range of things that the council has had to do and change quickly. It's had to very rapidly, for example, bring in-house parts of its domiciliary care, and has done that virtually in a weekend, showing itself to be extremely flexible and resourceful as a council. And that augurs good for the future, because the council needs to ensure that it's able to continue to do that. And once we've got our way through chugging through this lockdown, and when we can all come together again and start working with organisations, our partners, the local economy, small businesses, all of whom will look to us for some sort of help, some sort of support, some sort of guidance and leadership. And I think the council needs to set itself up to do that. But just turning to the budget itself, and the accusation that the council and local residents are facing cuts. I see no cuts in this medium-term financial plan. I see a budget that's moving from something like £530 million of spend next year up to £584 million over the medium term. That's an increase in spending. That's not cuts. I see social care having its budget increased by £43 million over that period. I see no cuts. What I do see, Madam Chairman, is I see pressures that need addressing, pressures where you cannot bury your head in the sand, as previous administrations may have chosen to do, and built up those problems for the future that mean it's more painful to address them. pressures that need addressing now through transformation, through working with partners, and through working with organisations where we can pool resources. And it's pleasing to note that today we're going to see from the government the first signs of the ability for health and social care to work together to pool budgets, to arrange a better structure and system that will better utilise resources for the benefit of everybody in our county. So I see no cuts, I see pressures. I also see opportunities that we can work together in the future to build a stronger, more resilient county. We've demonstrated this county has been one of the top performers in its testing and now in its vaccination centre resourcing, the delivery of all of those things. We've demonstrated that. We can demonstrate it in the way we provide economic growth in this county and the versatility of our county's economy to be able to bounce back. There's reason for optimism, I think, today, Chair, on the basis that this county has demonstrated what it's capable of and is able to do that and show we can do that in the future. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. I omitted to say that we are now in debate, so I've got quite a number of hands up. So I now move to Councillor David Brooks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It would be easy for me, as an independent member of this county council, to grandstand and to seek the opportunity of popularism by either abstaining or voting against this budget. Madam Chairman, that would be completely disingenuous of me to do that. I've never, ever chased populism. I recognise the difficulties this county council faces in its budget. I understand fully the pressures that we face and we share. And as a responsible member of this council, although independent and due to the shenanigans of my political colleagues in Burton-upon-Trent, the East Staffordshire Conservative Association, I find myself in a position where I'd rather not be. I would rather be sitting there and having the opportunity of being properly briefed by everybody within the group to understand. And as a result of that, I took the time to contact Mr. Sutherland. And Mr. Sutherland kindly gave me a full briefing regarding the whole of this budget process and the pressures that the county council face. I pay tribute to the cabinet, the leader and the past leader and past cabinet for the work that they've put in to ensuring that Staffordshire County Council remains one of the lowest shire county councils within the country for their council tax. I, with the rises or proposed rises, will be impacted. My farmhouse that I live in, because it's centre of the farm, surrounded by all my farm buildings and my livestock, falls in one of the higher grades. So I do pay a disproportionate amount of council tax for East Staffordshire Borough Council, the Staffordshire County Council, and as a lot of people do. So it does weigh heavily on me. But having taken on board what I've been briefed and having the experience of having to actually scrutinise the budgets, where when I chaired the MTF working group, I spent weeks with my colleagues, cross-party. We absolutely scrutinised the budget at a time when we were faced with potential £40 million worth of cuts. We micro-examined every budget of the county council. And the support we had from Mr. Salmon and other officers to actually do that was truly inspirational to me. I pay tribute to the officers of the county council. Madam Chairman, I will listen to the debate, but having the knowledge that I have and the briefings I've received, generous briefings I've received, I am minded to support this because I am not somebody who chases popularity. I always, in my political life, ensure that I am fair and honest to my electorate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Councillor David Brooks. Moving on to Councillor Mark Sutton, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My apologies for that, just trying to get connected. Madam Chairman, can I firstly take the opportunity to thank the Cabinet Member and the County Treasurer for the report today that details the strategic plan for the next 5 years and the MTFS for the same period. I intend to concentrate more on the strategic plan section of the report and in particular the priorities around children and families. Colleagues will know that this administration has invested considerable additional funds previously in the children's system, that the latest stage of transformation process is underway, and we are embedding a restorative practice model of working. Most families don't need our help. They are happy, feel safe and enjoy lives, and evidence tells us that resilient and stable families will experience a better life. Those that do need our help tell us that do not want to be in the system and services. They would prefer to be supported by family, friends and the community. So if day-to-day challenges can be supported in that way, then their lives will be better and demand for public services will reduce. Therefore, within the strategic plan, our main priorities in this area are ensuring that the support for families and children either nearing the point of or in crisis is effective and makes a positive difference. That we use local intelligence, expertise and organisations to work flexibly in districts and communities and keep children and families together whenever possible. Use all available resources to ensure that high quality provision exists in communities from universal to statutory services, helping to provide a foundation for a good quality of life. And ensure more families and communities in Staffordshire feel supported to manage challenges and take greater control over their health and well-being. But to fund these services and ones in other portfolio areas, a thriving economy in Staffordshire is essential, and members will see that our ambition to achieve this is laid out in the priorities in the economic growth section of the strategy. So, Madam Chairman, it is important that we support the strategy plan, supported Staffordshire, and the medium-term financial strategy 2021 to 2026, so that people in Staffordshire will have access to more good jobs and share the benefits of economic growth, happier and more independent for longer, and feel safer, happier and more supported in the community. Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Philip Atkins, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to draw members' attention to Appendix 2, which is the strategic plan document, and just remind them of something that Captain Sir Tom Moore said, and that was that tomorrow will be a good day. At the moment, we're all probably a bit depressed with COVID and lockdowns and everything else, and thinking how we're going to pay for things in the future. But there will be a good day. We'll come out of this, and people will want to know that they're safe and the economy's going again. Because if we get the economy right, then everything else will flow. People will be happier, they'll be able to enjoy their lives, and we'll be able to afford to help those who really do need our help. And I think this document, the strategy looking forward, sets it out. As Ian Parry said, there are no further reductions in anything. We could have gone for a lower council tax and put the tax rise off on the social care to the future, but we do need to help on the social care side at the moment. But there's another element to the strategy as well, which is what we can do for ourselves. And I minded at Health Scrutiny Committee the other day when we were discussing the integrated care system with the members of the National Health Service, that the NHS is really good at repairing things when they're broken. But health starts at home, personal responsibility. And unfortunately, you didn't call me to talk about Vera Ivers earlier on, but I remember Vera when she was on the council when I first got elected up until 1997. And Vera was one of those who actually was a doer and got out there and set up Mind in North Staffordshire, set up a cafe in Hanley. And in this budget, there is the elements there to help support our volunteers and our communities across Staffordshire to do things for themselves rather than expect the county council, who could probably do it, but it would cost a lot more to do it. And Brian Roberts, who was honoured today, set in many of the things and that mindset in the finance department with Rob Salmon, Andy Burns, Richard Tenterborn, set in that mindset of SITFA documentation about keeping every pound, shilling and pence and where it goes and everything else so that it's right, so that the people of Staffordshire can rest assured that the tax that we do take off them is well spent and spent on the things that really matter to them, and many things that they probably don't realise that we have to look after: the vulnerable children, the vulnerable adults, those with learning disabilities. Yes, we all wish we could do more, but it is very expensive, and that is where 2/3 of this budget goes. So the money's going in the right place, and we do have to increase council tax, but it will still be the 3rd lowest county council tax in the country. And that is something that all members should be proud of, because I know that people in Staffordshire work hard and they know best how to spend their money. Charlotte is right in so much that there does need to be an adult debate about how we fund social care, probably through insurance. But that's a national debate, just as there needs to be a national debate about the National Health Service and how we go forward. The original plan for the health service, before it was changed after the war, incorporated every single element of it. You know, and I've just seen in the chat line, Charlotte's put, you know, thank you for the words for Vera. She was a doer, as many were on the county council back then. So thank you, Madam Chairman. But I'm going to support the recommendations, and I look forward to the other speakers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkins, and I apologise if I missed your hand when we paid tribute to Councillor Ivers, but obviously you've done that now, so thank you. Moving on now, I'll take Councillor Mrs Woodward now, please, if I may.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make some specific comments, please, about information in the appendices, particularly Appendix 5, relating to detailed savings. But if I preface that by saying, you know, I think the County Council has performed well during the period of the pandemic. There's much to commend to our residents in the papers that are before us, but I'm afraid that the County Council has been let down by the Conservative government, who said they would give whatever it takes to deal with the pandemic, and haven't done so. They've reneged on that promise. There's also the issue that we've had to backfill some of the failings by government on PPE, on supporting care homes, on testing, which has meant that council taxpayers in Staffordshire have, yes, received the services, and I'm glad about that, but in effect have had to pay twice through national taxes and local taxes. And of course, as Councillor Charlotte Atkins said, council tax is a regressive tax that hits those least able to afford it far more than those more advantaged individuals. But if I can go to Appendix 5, please. Councillor Parry said earlier on, I see no cuts. Well, he's turned his blind eye, just as Nelson did, to the detail in this budget. And of course, the devil is often in the detail. I'll just point out a couple of those areas, if I may, Chairman. On Appendix 5A, page 84, in the cost reduction options, we see there, just several lines from the bottom, that mental health services are going to have a reduction in costs of about £200,000. And we all know the impact of lockdown and COVID on people's mental health. So to propose further reductions in those services, I think is reprehensible. And perhaps the Cabinet member responsible can explain why that's being proposed. If I may go to Appendix 5B, page 89, we had a call-in of a decision on Cannock Chase recently, and much was made of the Rangers Service, who are going to deliver the proposals that were finally agreed. Well, you see there, under Rural County, that £340,000 worth of savings have not been yet realised, and that's because redundancy for the Rangers Service has been hanging over their heads now for well over 12 months. But that's a further cut that's still proposed within this budget. And if I might just also add, Chairman, in relation to deaths, on page 148, Appendix 13, this is an issue that's exercised members on a cross-party basis for a very long time. We see there in Appendix 13 that the aged debt is still rated as red, and that's because the level of outstanding general debtors more than 6 months old should not exceed £14.7 million, which it clearly does. £14.7 million would make a significant impact on the current proposals and reduce the need to levy far more taxes from our Staffordshire residents. I shall be voting against this budget, Chairman, because although, as I say, there's much to commend it within these papers, I feel that this is a Conservative budget where we're being asked, and Staffordshire Council taxpayers are being asked to pay far more for some of the failings that we've seen nationally. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll now move on to Councillor Johnny McMahon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that Councillor Parry summed it up very well. There are pressures, and they are significant. And the people of Staffordshire are entitled to know that the increase in the social care payment that's required of them is in good hands. And I think there's several things related to this. The first is the quality of what we're doing, that we're being innovative. I think one of the best examples of that is the home care contract that was recently agreed by Cabinet. That's putting stability in the market. It's making the care profession more attractive than it has been. It's making the market more receptive to the needs of residents, and it's reducing the need for non-contractual business, which is extremely expensive. And over the last few years, the CQC rating for home care, and indeed in the care home market, has increased significantly. So I think that the people of Staffordshire can be assured that they're getting good quality services. The second thing is that people don't want to be in the system if they don't have to be. And our Supportive Communities project, in order to give people the dignity of remaining independent in their communities, is particularly important. The community help points, of which there was 18, at least 2 in each district, only 4 of them had to close as a result of COVID, and they are still offering a telephony service. The leader and I had a very interesting and informative meeting with Marcus Warnes, the chief executive of the CCGs, and the CCG chairs yesterday afternoon, and we talked about how we can work better together. The primary care networks have come of age as a result of the of COVID and the vaccination programme. They have social prescribing link officers, which can well fit in with our Supportive Communities project. And there are 3 pilot sites, including Leek and Biddulph, the leader of the opposition's area, where mental health practitioners are in the PCNs. And their responsibility will be to direct those with low-grade anxiety and depression to housing and debt services, relationship advice, and substance misuse. So we are enhancing the quality of what we do, and we're doing all we can to keep people out of the system. As regards mental health, which Councillor Woodward raised, there is significant work being done again in conjunction with the NHS. There is a community mental health strategy that's been worked up by both the mental health trusts in the county and the county council and the CCGs, which is expected to go live in August 21. When our backs are against the wall in terms of uncertainty and increasing demand, we're showing that we can be innovative and we can establish relationships with those with whom we can do business and help the most vulnerable in our community. As regards the debt that was outlined by Councillor Woodward, I would like to see that much better than it is. But we do have a task and finish group that is soon to report, that is looking into that. The difficulty is that we're obliged, and quite rightly so through the CARE Act, to give people the support they need before their financial assessment is made, and the time lag I think could be better, and we're working on that. We will again be innovative in that regard as well. So we're being innovative in the quality of the services, we're being innovative in keeping costs down, and we're being innovative in keeping people out the system so that they have the dignity of remaining independent in their communities, whilst keeping within the MTFS. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Carl Robinson, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to say that before I begin, that I recognise the hard work gone into planning by our officers and members, and I know that it cannot be easy due to the financial pressures the council finds itself under. I'm going to focus on the county's treasurer's report to begin with, to explain my concerns I have with the budget. Beginning with paragraph 10, which refers to the growing ageing population in the county, which is contributing to enormous financial pressures on the health and care system. Yet again, we find ourselves in this situation because we've had 3 successive Conservative Prime Ministers, all who have promised a social care green paper and plan to put social care in our country on a sustainable footing, but all 3 have failed to deliver on that promise. There needs to be a real plan set out to address this issue nationally, because the current situation is unviable and a risk to the most vulnerable. And further on in the report, there's a mention on county council funded PPE with care homes, payments to nurseries, childminders and care providers, which had a serious financial impact on the council's finances as a result of government failure in these areas. And this underscores the point that councils still haven't fully been reimbursed for additional COVID costs and loss of income, in spite of the Secretary of State's promise. What did he say? Do whatever it takes, we will fully reimburse you. And it's clear from this document that over £2 million outstanding and is yet to be paid back by the government, which is another example of promises made, but promises definitely not kept. And reading on, a large part of the short and medium term strategic plan is reliant on lobbying of government for additional funds. But if the Secretary of State breaking his promise and failing to reimburse councils during COVID is anything to go by, I wouldn't hold my breath, and this is a risky strategy. The government spending review announced on the 25th of November, covering only 1 year as per the previous spending round in 2019, was a missed opportunity to give our local authorities the stability and the assurance needed for medium to long-term financial planning. I mean, how are councils supposed to plan properly for the future when the government is operating in such a way? Moving further down on the report and to paragraph 44, I do have serious concerns over the lack of budgeting in the medium-term financial strategy for increased costs resulting from enhanced infection control measures from care providers, where there is no confirmation from the government of any recurrent funding. How is that gap going to be plugged should the government not be forthcoming? I also find it worrying to see that this budget focuses on further pressure being put on the voluntary sector, and when the voluntary sector is already under immense pressure And there are only so many volunteers to go around, and this is a point that is regularly made by groups in the communities I represent. Also to add that our county council employees have done a remarkable job of supporting our communities throughout this awful pandemic. But it's extremely disappointing and unsatisfactory, really, to see that the administration lining up behind the Chancellor's mantra that we clapped the public sector COVID-19 heroes last year and hit them with a pay freeze this year. And this is disappointingly referenced in paragraph 56 of the report. Making a £3 million saving off these literal lifesavers feels wrong to me. The budget report also highlights the precarious and unsustainable position of government and local authorities continuing to fund social care with a year-to-year sticking plaster, as mentioned by Councillor Atkins, in the form of the social care precept. Given the assumption in the medium-term financial strategy that the government will continue to use this sticking plaster mechanism to fund social care, what happens if this is withdrawn? The impact on the MTFS will be significant. For the record, Chairman, I also want to point out that there is a typo in the budget report, paragraph 91, relating to general balances at the beginning of the paragraph, and that's just to be noted. 2.2 of the community impact assessment identifies staff, older people and people with disabilities, children and young people, and localities as the cohorts being at greater risk of cumulative impacts as a result of the MTFS savings proposals. Aren't some of these groups supposed to be the people we should be helping as a county council, not hindering? And on page 84, appendix 5.A, as Councillor Woodward has also picked up on, there is a proposed £1 million cut on mental health support over the MTFS, which quite frankly is not the response we need to see in Staffordshire when we finally get through COVID. Many people are struggling with mental health and children have been badly impacted by the lockdown. This cut is another example of the council not prioritising the vulnerable, who we should be protecting. Taking all of this into consideration, this increase of council tax of 4.99% has been forced on Staffordshire residents by government who failed to put local government on a sustainable financial footing and broken their promise to fully reimburse for additional costs and loss of income resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. When families are struggling due to loss of work or living off reduced income, I cannot in good conscience vote for a budget that would see a government COVID tax bombshell land on their doorsteps at this time. At a time when people need us, we should not be turning our backs on them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mark DeVille, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Many thanks, Chairman, to Mr Sutherland for an extremely comprehensive report this morning. A report that's been compiled in the most difficult of times, hasn't it? And Mrs Atkins and Mrs Woodward and indeed Mr Robinson just spoke of the challenges that we face and the continuing challenges that we will face. Are we in Staffordshire going to take these challenges on board? Too right we are, Chairman. We're absolutely going to face up to the challenges. And Ian Parry was absolutely spot on when he said we've responded to these incredible pressures. As a county, we haven't buried our heads in the sand, and we'll continue to take these challenges absolutely on board, Chairman. Mr Robinson also referred to our decision to provide our own PPE in the county. I'm proud of that decision, Chairman. It was the right decision at the time, and it still is absolutely the right decision. We'll continue as a county council. This administration will continue to help people who need it most. We have the ambition and the drive, Chairman, to help everyone within Staffordshire to recover from these dreadful, challenging times. And challenges still do lie ahead, but we'll take them on board and we will continue to help recover from these dreadful times. However, of course, Chairman, everything needs to be paid for. Mrs. Atkins earlier mentioned wasting public money. I can absolutely assure Mrs. Atkins and everyone in Staffordshire that we don't waste public money. Mr. Sutherland and his team, their number one ambition is and always has been to provide the very best value for money to the Staffordshire taxpayer. So we'll continue delivering value for money, Chairman. We'll continue to cut our garment according to our cloth in these extremely difficult times. We'll continue to support the people who absolutely need that support the most, and we'll continue to deliver excellent public services and help everyone recover from these dreadful times. And finally, Chairman, I think Mr. Atkins was so right earlier to quote the wonderful Captain Sir Tom Moore when he constantly said beautifully that tomorrow will be a better day. And I think Mr. Sutherland's budget today lays those foundations, Chairman, for us to move into a much better tomorrow for all of us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor DeVille. Moving on to Councillor Philip White, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I will. I'll try and add to the debate rather than repeating comments that other people have made. But I must start my comments with my own praise to the excellent work that the officers of this county council and indeed the members have carried out over the course of the last year in responding to the COVID crisis. It has been exceptional. I think it's entirely appropriate that Dr. Harling has received his honour, but I think Richard would be the first to say that he is emblematic of the work of our council generally, and we thank him and we thank everybody else for that. Moving on to the medium-term financial strategy, I think it's being revealed by the debate that it is a well-crafted strategy which addresses the situation that we are in COVID times and is using the funds at our disposal appropriately. I haven't heard very much comment from anybody that suggests anything other than that, and I think that's a good thing because an enormous amount of work has gone into making sure that we are using our funds where they are most needed. Within my own portfolio, which is economic development and skills, we work in partnership to deliver the support that our county needs in terms of creating the right conditions for economic growth and indeed recovery at this time. Although I will highlight that Staffordshire's economy has remained remarkably resilient during COVID. Our unemployment rate remains mercifully low compared to the regional and national averages, and our businesses have remained strong. And the support that they have received from others plays a part in that, but that is mostly down to the hard work, grit and resilience of our businesses and our employees, so I thank them as well. But we make sure that we make our money go further, and I think that is the point that I really want to make as we discuss how we are spending our money. We work in partnership with many other organisations to make sure that happens, and I would highlight there our colleagues in our districts and boroughs. All 8 of them have worked magnificently with us throughout this crisis on many issues, including economic development, and I'll come back to that a little bit later, but also our neighbours such as Stoke City Council and the neighbouring local authorities, the Local Enterprise Partnership, our Chamber of Commerce, Federation of Small Businesses, the Midlands Engine, our universities, colleges and schools, and also others such as the third sector and businesses themselves. It's an enormous ensemble cast, and I'll highlight 1 or 2 of the successes that we've had as a part of that. So many people watching this broadcast will be familiar with I-54, which is one of our runaway successes as a county, a home to many major employers in the south. In the teeth of the pandemic, we have delivered a major extension to that site to meet demand from occupiers in cooperation with Stoke and Staff's LEP and Black Country LEP. In Rugeley, and I will wait for the Cabinet Member for Finance to smile, as it's his constituency. We have, working in partnership with developer ENGIE, together with Lichfield District Council, Cannock District Council, Keele University, and most importantly, the John Taylor Multi-Academy Trust, in bringing about plans for a major redevelopment of that former power station site. And I'm very excited to share with colleagues that as part of that, the Department for Education have granted us a 1,400 pupil all-through school that will be funded by government on that site, and that's for children from nursery age all the way through to A levels, transforming education opportunities in that area of the county, and creating a huge source of attraction for people to move to Staffordshire and set up businesses here, because as we know, education is absolutely key in that. As Councillor Sutherland was too discreet to mention it, I will mention it for him. We've worked to use our government grants through the COVID crisis with our districts and boroughs to support businesses through finance, through innovation funding, and most importantly, through funding up to 500 new apprenticeship places. And we're working again with our towns to deliver the town deals and future high street funds money that has come from government, hundreds of millions of pounds of funding to come into towns such as Tamworth, Stafford, Newcastle-under-Lyme, Kidsgrove and Burton. We do all of that because if we tried to go it alone, we would get far less done. We work really hard to nurture those partnerships. It is, I'm pleased to say, in Staffordshire, something that happens quite readily, but it does mean that we can deliver value for money and deliver real effect for our businesses and also for our citizens in creating good jobs for them that have a real future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Councillor Mrs Anne Edgeler, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And I just want to say thank you for all the hard work by the officers and the councillors in putting forward the MTFS. But I'm picking up on Councillor Woodward's comments on page 84. And I just want people to know that we in Stafford are having roundtable discussions with our MP, Theo Clark, to do with mental health. And we're lobbying the government, as I say, through her, for more money to be put into mental health services. And I think we as councillors should be lobbying all our MPs probably for more money, because we do need it. But thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. I've got Councillor Alan White to come, but just before I call Councillor Alan White, I wonder, Keith Thunder, you did send me an email to say you'd like to speak on this item. Do you still wish to speak?
I'll reserve my comments for item 5 in the leader's statement. I think we've had a long...
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. Councillor Alan White, please, Leader of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and what a good debate that we've had. Yes. I have to say, I've been a councillor for a long time now, and every year I have the same experience that levying of council tax is one of our most solemn and important tasks that we do each year. The results of our debate takes money out of people's pockets. And as a Conservative, I have a problem taking money out of people's pockets if that money isn't going to be efficiently used on the services that people need. And that's the thing we've done as a county council since 2009. We've made sure that the services we deliver are delivered efficiently and effectively to the people who need it. So that in the event that we do have to increase council tax, we know that the taxpayers' money is being spent incredibly efficiently. Let me just put it into perspective for you. Since 2009, we have saved, as a local authority at Staffordshire County Council, £300 million. I'll say that again, £300 million. And we are still delivering good services to the people who need it. We've heard from members of the opposition a wide range of well-rehearsed criticisms about the shortcomings of council tax, and we've heard a well-rehearsed, wide-ranging criticisms about lack of reforms coming through to local authorities. The absence of reform to the way we deliver services isn't peculiar to a Conservative government. It's endemic with governments. All local authorities over many, many years, and there are councillor colleagues who've been around for many, many years, will know that the expectation that a Labour government was going to deliver more money to local authorities was dashed on the rocks, and other expectations that governments create end up getting dashed on rocks as well. But we crack on and we continue to deliver for the people that matter most to us, that is to say, the residents of Staffordshire. So, Madam Chairman, with that in mind and all that has been said very competently by others, I think it falls to me now to move the recommendation that has been put before Council this morning. Madam Chairman, I so move.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor White. We have come to the end of the debate. I'm going to call on Councillor Sutherland to give him the opportunity to respond to the debate, but I'd just also like to add my thanks to all concerned, to you, Councillor Sutherland, and to everybody concerned, all the officers, for an absolutely wonderful strategy and report that we've received this morning from you all. Thank you. I'll now ask Councillor Sutherland, would you like to make a response to the debate, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it's very clear listening to members' responses today. Clearly, they've demonstrated with clarity their understanding of the strategy and the medium-term direction this administration have proposed today. And it's all for the good of the residents of Staffordshire. We're an open and transparent, and as Councillor Woodward and Councillor Charlotte Atkins both know, as they're on the MTFS working group and the corporate review, we've always said, and it's been said very well, how we will respond, and the important bit is how well we have responded quickly to the needs of the COVID situation we faced, and we will continue to do so. We have big ambitions, and we are committed to getting very best value for money, as has again been said. So I'll keep it short and sweet because it's been debated well, and the contributions, I do thank all members for responding in the way that they have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Leader of the Council proposed moving the debate, so the proposal. So have I got a seconder, please?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you. I will now ask the Chief Executive to take a named vote on the recommendations before the Council. I would once again remind members that under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act of 1992, if they are 2 months or more in arrears with their council tax, it is an offence for them to vote on the budget. Members are also required to disclose at the meeting the fact that this section applies to them. I now move to the Chief Executive, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will read out members' names and please answer for or against or abstain as I mention your name. Ben Adams.
For.
Thank you. Charlotte Atkins.
Against.
Philip Atkins.
For.
Anne Beach. Against. Did I hear against?
Sorry?
Could you just repeat that? I didn't quite catch.
Against.
Good, thank you. David Brooks.
For.
Jill Burnett.
For.
Ron Clark.
Against.
Tina Clements.
For.
Thank you. Maureen Compton. Maureen Compton.
I don't think she's in the meeting, Chief Executive.
Okay, thank you very much. John Cooper.
I think John's muted.
Madam Chair, I've got an echo. I can't hear what's going on.
John, you're muted. John, you're muted. John Cooper.
Tell him to turn his video on.
You're muted, John. We can't hear you.
Chairman, would it be helpful if he just showed his hand?
Can you put your hand up, John, please? Thank you.
4. Okay, we take that for 4. Thank you very much. Mike Davies. 4. Derek Davies.
Against.
Thank you, Derek. Mark DeVille.
4.
Alan Dodson.
Against.
Janet Eagland.
4.
Thank you. Anne Edgler.
4.
Helen Fisher.
4.
Keith Blunder.
For.
Richard Ford.
For.
John Francis.
For.
John. Colin Greatorex.
For.
Thank you. Jill Heath.
For.
Phil Hewitt.
For.
Jill Hood.
Against.
Sorry, Jill, did I against there?
Yes, against.
Thank you. Saeed Hussain. Saeed, could you repeat that? Sorry.
Against.
Thank you, Saeed. Keith James.
For.
Julia Jessel.
For.
Ryan Jones.
For.
Dave Jones.
Against.
Thank you, Dave. Ian Lawson.
For.
Thanks. Alistair Little.
For.
Johnny McMahon.
For.
Thank you, Johnny. Paul Northcutt.
For.
Jeremy Oates.
For.
Ian Parry.
For.
Thank you. Kath Perry.
For.
Jeremy Pert.
For.
Bernard Peters.
For.
Jonathan Price.
For.
Natasha Pullen.
For.
Thank you, Natasha. Carl Robinson.
Against.
David Smith.
For.
Paul Snake.
For.
Robert Spencer.
For.
Mike Sutherland.
For.
Mark Sutton.
For.
Stephen Sweeney.
For.
Simon Tagg.
For.
Martin Titley.
For.
Thank you, Martin. Cameron Trowbridge.
For.
Ross Ward.
For.
Alan White.
For.
Philip White.
For.
Connor Wileman.
For.
Bernard Williams.
For.
David Williams.
For.
Victoria Wilson.
For.
Mark Whittington.
For.
Susan Woodward.
Against.
Thank you, Susan. Mike Warrington.
For.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, the result of the vote are that for 49 votes, against 10 votes, no abstentions.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. That concludes the statement, that debate, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to item 6, but before we do go to item 6, I'm going to take a 10-minute comfort break. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. That's fine. It's fine.
I'd like to raise it at the start, Chairman. That was all, with the leader's statement.
Okay. Tell me when, Mike, please.
now live again, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll resume the meeting then, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all back. Thank you. Item 6, statement of the Leader of the Council. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, would you like to move consideration of the statement, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move consideration of the Leader's statement. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Moving then to item 1 on the Leader's statement, Communities Principle Update and Delivery Plan. I have a number of speakers I know that want to speak on this, so I will take them off the hands showing first. Councillor David Brooks, you wish to comment on this, please?
Chairman, it isn't just on this. It's I'd like to take the opportunity within the Leader's statement, because obviously this is the Cabinet that are responsible for actions. I would like to bring to attention the disquiet and upset that our partnership with East Staffordshire Borough Council in their Uttoxeter Town Centre planning document has brought about. I'm disappointed as a member of Staffordshire County Council to have not seen or been part of the draft documents that we have a partnership with East Staffordshire Borough Council before they were approved by East Staffordshire Borough Council. I fully support the ambition and principles behind having an updated master plan for Uttoxeter. Sadly, Chairman, this document lacks both political oversight on our behalf and, I believe, the Borough Council in the delivery of this document. 12 days of public consultation went into this valuable document. My residents are in uproar. This was raised quite eloquently by members of the public on Tuesday night at Uttoxeter Town Council's meeting, at the Uttoxeter Town Council meeting. Residents are furious with what is outlined.
Which item on the agenda is Councillor Brooks referring to? I thought we were just on item 1 at the moment.
As I have outlined, Mrs. Jessel, I'm entitled to bring this forward as it is a cabinet responsibility.
Can I respond?
And I will continue. No, Councillor Jessel, I will continue.
Councillor Brooks, it's the Chairman. Can I just enlighten members that don't know? You raised this issue of Uttoxeter Master Plan, and you are allowed to raise it in the Leader's statement. I've let you come in now. I thought it was going to be at the end, but I've let you come in now, Councillor Brooks. And I wish hope that you are allowed to bring it up in the standing orders, allow you to bring this item to the Leader at this, and I'm allowing you to do it at this point. It's all right, I'm trying to read the things that are coming up on the screen as well at the same time.
I understand.
Sorry about that. Sorry. I'd like to ask John Tradewell if he's there, please, and I know that he is. If he could just enlighten members as to the legalities of this, the raising of this issue, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to confirm, members are entitled to raise any matters within the purview of the Executive under the Leader's statement. Obviously, this is an item that Councillor Brooks wants to raise that isn't actually listed there as one of the numbered items, but he is entitled to raise it. And obviously, it's at your discretion, Chair, to allow him to raise it at the start, if you so wish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Brooks wanted to raise it at the beginning. I thought it was going to be at the end, but it's at the beginning. So, Councillor Brooks, if you'd like to just give an overview, as brief as you can, please, and I'll get someone to respond to you before we actually take item 1, the Communities Principle Update and Delivery Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for clarifying that. I think this is very important, and I've been asked to raise this on behalf of my constituents. My constituents were appalled how they were treated at Uttoxeter Town Council meeting by the current mayor, who is a co-author in this report as a cabinet support member for planning and policy. The Borough Council thought that 12 days was acceptable to consult the residents of Uttoxeter on such an important document. One of my constituents had contacted me and asked why he got a square round his house, number 18 Silver Street, Uttoxeter. And on looking at the appendix of the document, it described his property as being semi-derelict. That is absolutely atrocious, and I hope that this county council doesn't wish to be associated by this document. And I urge that this county council, as partners within this document, urge East Staffordshire Borough Council to reconsider this important planning document to ensure that it's fit for purpose, adequately consulted with residents of Uttoxeter to ensure that they are able to take residents along. I was involved in the original master plan, Madam Chairman, and very proud I was too in the achievements that we delivered for Uttoxeter. £1.8 million worth of town centre highway improvements and town centre overall improvements were delivered as part of that document. Yes, I appreciate, Chairman, that it's very difficult to actually go out and do a consultation. And the deputy leader responsible, I raised this with him, George Allen, and Councillor George Allen, and his response was nothing short of complete arrogance. He absolutely discarded the concern that residents had, and that's the point I wish to make. And I think we should, as a member, I should have seen the draft document and been involved in the completion of this, as we are partners within this. And if this was dealt with under delegated decision of officers, I'm very disappointed, Chair. Very disappointed.
Thank you very much. You've raised your issue now, Councillor Brooks. I was going to ask Councillor Philip White to respond, but did you want to respond, Alan?
Yes, please, Madam Chairman.
Thank you
very much indeed. This matter has been raised on consideration as part of the leader's statement, and Madam Chairman, can I just, for the record, say it has been noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that response. Thank you. We now move on, ladies and gentlemen, to item 1 on the leader's statement, which is the Communities Principle Update and Delivery Plan. And I've got a number of speakers that wish to speak, and I'll start with the one that's at the top. Councillor Carl Robinson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome the Communities Principle, and it's good to see the Council looking to prioritise this area. However, can I ask the Leader of the Council if he will commit to setting up appraisals for Cabinet Community Support members and investigate these roles are delivering anything other than extra payments to councillors? COVID has brought many challenges to the areas we represent, and this should have been the perfect time for CCSMs to step up. But alas, some of us have heard nothing from them. The Labour Group do not feel these roles are value for money in most districts and boroughs, and we believe these allowances could be far better spent supporting communities in other ways. For example, we previously had community support officers who made a world of difference to help deliver better outcomes for our communities by working with county councillors and other local organisations on the ground. It makes sense to look at all aspects of delivering for our communities, and reviewing the future of Cabinet Community Support members should be included as part of the Communities Principle work. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Moving on to Councillor Keith Flunder, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to thank everyone who took part in the all-party working group in relation to this particular item. And I would like to just reiterate the fact that it was an all-party working group and that the CCSMs were also involved in it, as we just heard from Carl. And many of them actually added quite a lot of value to the whole process. So I must say that there has been some activity in this area, so I hope that that answers part of Carl's concerns. At this stage, the recommendations have been taken forward to informal Cabinet, and we are now looking at responses. Many of the responses, as we heard from Councillor Mahern earlier, from Mr Mahern earlier rather, are already being acted on. Many of our partners are already involved in this process, including various sections of the NHS. I would just like to really thank people for getting involved, all the community groups we had around the country. And I'd also like to put into your support in the whole process as well as Madam Chairman. And in fact, you're also setting up some, hopefully some virtual teas with some of the residents groups and care homes, particularly in my area and possibly in other areas. I think that's a very good move. But I'd just like to say that for the public who are watching and other people, that there is an awful lot of work going on in the background of this. Some of it is very innovative. The officers and everyone else who also took part in the process are looking at ways of introducing things not just within communities, but in relation to schools as well. And I'd just like to say that I think the whole thing is going to come together really well. I know that we need to come out of the pandemic at the end of it, and I hope that this work that's currently been undertaken will go forward and provide a much stronger communities for all our residents across the whole county. And I'd just like to say thank you to everyone who's taken part in the whole process, and thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thunders. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Johnny McMahon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The first thing I would like to say is in support of our CCSN in Cannock Chase. Phil Hewitt is simply outstanding and is worth every penny, and I think he deserves he deserves that response in response to Kyle's remarks. And I'm delighted that he is doing all that he does for Cannock Chase. I think the communities principle linked with what we're doing in support of communities is definitely the way forward. It's the way forward to give people the dignity of remaining independent in their communities. And now that we managed to get involved with the primary care networks, as I outlined before, I have great optimism for the future of this whole project. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Mrs Anne Edgeler, please.
Very much, Madam Chairman. I wish to speak on the healthcare part of the leader's statement. The mental health champion for Staffordshire and mental health. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the good work that is taking place out in the community by all the groups, be they big or small, and are helping people to cope with their mental health needs in these very difficult times. For some people, it's a lifetime experience. To others, suffering from the effect of COVID, be it loneliness or having no one to turn to, when just a friendly chat is all that is needed. I appeal to everyone in Staffordshire to do what they can when they see someone going through a mental health breakdown because of COVID. Be it a family member, be it a member of the family or a neighbour. When I was mayor of Stafford, I really wanted to adopt a grandma granddad scheme. We have in our society adopted children, and I know through personal experience the joy and happiness that can bring. To see the joy on a child's face when they finally know they have someone that cares about them. It is part of my life I will never forget. We have so many elderly people in Staffordshire, be it in a care home or living on their own, but have no family that they can call their own. Vice versa, children that have no grandparents. I would like to think in the not too distant future, we can work towards this aim and bring some much needed happiness into people's lives and combat isolation and loneliness. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Mrs Edgeler. Councillor Susan Woodward, please.
Thank you, Chairman. At the risk of sounding like a cracked record, I'd like to mention partnerships with parish councils, and I declare an interest as the leader of Burnford Town Council, one of our larger parishes in Staffordshire. Some time ago, 18 months or so ago, the Labour and Cooperative Opposition Group proposed a policy lab with the Cooperative Councils Innovation Network to look at the ways in which parish councils could work effectively with top-tier councils, both to bring better value for money and to increase customer satisfaction. Now, there's been a lot of talk about partnerships with parish councils, but I'm afraid so far very little action. And I want to work towards getting roadmaps in place to ensure that working effectively in partnership, taking over some of the responsibilities of the county council by parish councils, can be effected as quickly as possible. At present, I was told that the county council is working with 17 parish councils on a partnership basis. I'm afraid, having dug a little bit more into this, this is about the county council facilitating the building of websites for 17 small parishes within the county, and isn't really about partnership working or about assisting our MTFS. So I'm grateful now to Councillor Mike Sutherland for agreeing to track this partnership working between Burntwood Town Council and Staffordshire County Council. I hope that we can test the waters and develop the sort of roadmap that enables parishes to take on responsibilities. But I'm just asking the leader, can we make it happen now, please? It's been talked about for a very long time. We need it to happen now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs Woodward. Councillor Mark Sutton, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Community principles. Well, the community delivery plan is one of the key principles in our strategic plan, and is fundamental to how we work. It's playing a crucial role in the work we do in Staffordshire with children and families. And a good example of this is how we've worked together with partners to develop the place-based approach. This is led by the Local Family Strategic Partnership, and significant progress has been made on improving local partnerships and working arrangements for children and families. This has included district-level engagement with communities and partners to understand the unique issues, strengths and priorities in each locality, as well as the development of our earliest help and restorative practice approaches. As part of the delivery plan, this work will continue, and we will further develop our earliest help offer in each district, ensuring our workforce aligns with our communities to meet the needs of families locally, and embed the lessons from COVID-19 in how we best use our community assets. Another example will be how we will build on the very successful work on the Building Resilient Families and Communities partnerships locally to include troubled individuals. And just to carry on from Councillor Sue Woodward's comments just about working with parishes. In South Staffordshire, we have started to develop a 3-tier working between all tiers of the local government there, led by the district and supported by county council members and also with parishes, and that work is yet in its early stages, but it's working well. So there's opportunities, I think, for that probably across the whole of the county. So, Madam Chairman, much more detail of the work around children and families in the community's principles is within the report that was brought to Cabinet by Mrs Wilson, and is the cornerstone of how we will work with our communities and partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Sutton. Councillor Bernard Peters, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I may, just before I ask my main question, Mr Robertson's comments re the role of the CCSMs. I'd just like to echo what Johnny McMahon said. In East Staffordshire, as the Cabinet support member, we've been very, very active. Pre the pandemic, we had regular 6-weekly, 4-weekly meetings, and in attendance at those meetings were Councillor Ron Clark and Councillor Saeed Hussain, who made a useful contribution. So I don't know where he gets his information from, but I can reassure members that we've been reasonably effective, well effective in East Staffordshire. In response to item 1 there that we're talking about, Madam Chairman, Staffordshire County Council during the pandemic have been front and central supporting the diverse communities in East Staffordshire. My division, Horninglow, is a COVID hotspot. So I know from all the contacts that I've made how effective the community spirit has been in keeping people's morale high during these difficult times. And I specifically want to pay tribute at this time to the Burton Albion Community Trust for their frontline support to all communities in East Staffordshire. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Peters. Councillor Mrs Julia Jessel, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can I add my support to this particular part of the report and very much the key 3 work streams? But if I may refer to one of the bullet points in the report, which says ensure communities are a fundamental part of our culture and how we work as an organisation, and be able to demonstrate that that isn't just limited to this kind of work, but also to climate change, which I'm sure we all agree we each have individual responsibilities and all the organisations that we work in and represent. And as, for example, the Climate Change Action Fund, which is only set up towards the end of last year, is proving to be a roaring success. There are a great stream of applications coming in from all sorts of community groups, parish councils, churches, on such a wide variety of schemes, to carbon monoxide monitoring outside schools, tree planting, encouraging using sustainable transport, cycling. It's been really, really heartwarming to see how the community and our county councillors have responded to this. And I think it's just demonstrating again that that fundamental principle pervades the whole of what we do as Staffordshire County Council. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank all those who have encouraged communities to get involved in tackling climate change. It's the first step, a small step, but I think as long as we keep working slowly and gradually to raise awareness, that each and every one of us can make that difference. In terms of Councillor Woodward's comments about working in partnership, when I first joined the County Council, I remember talking to Councillor David Smith and discussing with him how he interacts with his parish councils. As a consequence of that, I set up a Needwood Division Forum because I've got 7 parish councils. Admittedly, none of them are as large as Burntwood. But we have a really good working relationship. I lead that forum, and as a consequence, we've had 2 really big projects in Barton under Needwood, the Better Barton scheme and a flood alleviation scheme. We've got joint schemes going in Yoxall and Branston. So I think it's as much down to us as community leaders to actually take up that challenge, because different areas respond to different ways of working. But I'm a great believer that's one of the roles of the county councillor, is to take that leadership role, and where partnership working will deliver a better outcome. I totally agree with Councillor Woodward, that's the way we should go. But I would suggest to her that actually the way forward is for her to act in that leadership role rather than wait for the County Council as a corporate body to do it for her. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mrs Jessel. Councillor Simon Tagg, please.
No, it's item 2. I'm ready, coiled,
okay,
like a spring ready to go. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Before I bring Councillor Victoria Wilson in, who's the cabinet member for this particular item, I have 3 other members that I've got noted down that said they wish to speak. Colin Greatrix, do you wish to speak on this particular item?
Yeah, please, if I might. I'll try to be brief. It's interesting speaking just after Councillor Jessel, because I highlighted in the report that it says ensure a locally tailored community-led support. And I think that's the key, as Councillor Jessel said, is getting the organisations that want to do things to support them. It's very difficult to push volunteers. They need to be aware of the projects that they want to lead. And particularly, I've got examples of where we've had COVID support groups that have come up from nowhere, like Liberty, and helping each other. In Lichfield, we've got the Lichfield Legends who are doing a lot of litter picking, totally voluntary, totally wanted to pick things up literally themselves. And as Councillor Jessel was saying about the climate change, we've had some bigger organisations like the Monks Walk and the Sunfield Pumping Station come along for projects. And when you've got volunteer organisations that want to do something, it's great to be able to harness them. I think we should celebrate the number of voluntary organisations we've got. But I think that part of what that expression says about locally tailored, it is difficult to work with organisations that don't want to participate. So it's very much tailored. It has to be working with the opportunities that come along. And you can't do everything with every organisation and every parish. It's really got to be those that want to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Greatrix. Oh, now, Councillor Conor Wildman, did you wish to speak? I've got your name down. Conor Wildman?
No, I didn't wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. Councillor John Francis?
No, Madam Chairman, it's all been said.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. So now, Victoria Wilson, thank you. I'll call you in now, Councillor Victoria Wilson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The team of CCSMs have done really incredible work rallying community groups and the various volunteers and members in their districts. They've coordinated cohesive plans to help, especially in this last 12 months. There's been a great response from many of our members, less so from others, but I hope that going forward they continue to do this amazing work as we start to recover from the pandemic. I would ask all members to continue to engage with our CCSMs and the work that they do with parish councils, community voluntary groups and our other partners. And partnership working really is a great priority, and I've been reaching out to our parishes all over the county. Three-tier working is key and is only just starting to take off, as we've seen with the pilot in South Staffs, as alluded to by my colleague, Councillor Mark Sutton. But we've done some really great work around the community's principles in recent years. Following our refreshed strategic plan in 2018, Staffordshire County Council has a strong record of working alongside its communities to design and deliver locally based services, and that delivery plan continues. Last year, over £400,000 was used to help out over 300 community groups, which is an unprecedented helping hand in our county's hour of need. We've agreed our phase 2 plan, and we're continuing to develop local campaigns, including the Do It What Matters campaign. We've received nearly 4,000 responses to our COVID-19 resident survey in August and September, and launched a citizen survey in December. We're excited to be reporting our findings soon. There's a lot more to do to continue to redesign public services alongside our communities, and that plan is to be decided on shortly. This is really a great piece of work by the team for our communities. Every single penny has been well spent. And as always, I'd like to offer my gratitude to this County Council and to all of those who have helped in our county and in our communities. We are a resilient county today and will continue to be so tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, do you wish to make any comments on this particular item?
Chairman, I think Councillor Wilson said it very well indeed.
Thank you very much indeed. Moving on to item 2, North Staffordshire Local Air Quality Plan. NSLAQP outline business case. And I have Councillor Simon Tagg. I believe you wanted to speak on this item. Thank you.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And sorry that I put my hand up too early. Okay. Obviously, I'd like to thank the County Council for the work they've done in partnership with the Borough Council on this. I think a very, very difficult matter, really. Obviously, air quality. We want to create a safe environment for people and deal with air quality issues, but also we don't want to put too many restrictions on people on roads. And the option that's been brought forward for the Buzzgate on the Basford Bank is the least worst of the options. There could have been a proposal for a clean air zone chargeable, where people would have to pay to come into the area in a much larger area than just the Basford Bank area of the A53. So I think we've held the line. There has been voices from Alpha Ware that wanted to move on clean air zones, and I think we've resisted that. One thing which the Borough Council, which I hope the County Council can support, which the Borough Council is putting forward, is that we allow no low emissions vehicles through the Buzzgate, and possibly those up to 7 years old as well, which I think would make a big difference and would cut down on the number of traffic that could be displaced onto other roads. And as we go forward to the full business case, hopefully the County Council can support the Borough Council on that. It'd be remiss if I didn't also mention the other air quality issue we've got in Newcastle Borough at the moment, and that is the Wallis Quarry foul stink issues, which affects my division, affects other divisions of county councillors on this meeting as well. And there was some really good news yesterday that the Environment Agency is going to do a monitoring operation to try to get to the bottom of the issues with the odour, which are believed, and I personally believe, are coming from the landfill at Wallis Quarry on Cemetery Road, Silverdale. And I think it's important that the EA do look into it, and they'll have the support of the Borough Council in doing that, and hopefully the County Council. I sit on the liaison committee as a representative from my division on the from the County Council, and there are highway issues relating with Wallace Quarry as well, and I thank the officer that comes to the liaison committee for the help that he gives me on that, Neil Goodwin. Not always, it's a bit of a sticky wicket sometimes being an officer from a council and one of these liaison committees when there's so much going on and so many public complaints. But I would just like to say I wrote a joint letter with Aaron Ballard, MP for Newcastle, to the portfolio holder about some of the highways issues that have been experienced and some possibilities of the company involved, Red Industries, paying for some improvements to the highway on Cemetery Road. And I'd just like to ask the portfolio holder if he's received that and if he's got any comments on that, whether he could help to make those improvements happen quicker by the company paying towards them rather than it going through a slow DHP process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Simon Tagg. Councillor David Brooks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. And could I, just before we move on, pay tribute to the excellent contribution that Mr. Tagg made on the news articles regarding highlighting the issues regarding that quarry and the smell from that. I thought as a local community leader on the television and BBC News Midlands Today, he did very well and demonstrated what an ambassador he was for his local community. On the subject of the North Staffordshire Gateway and the A50, I would like, and I applaud the Cabinet for taking this very seriously, but I would like them to actually look at the issues that we face further along the A50 at Uttoxeter, particularly in the location of the Ashbourne Road junction of the A50 and the Derby Road junction of the A50. I suppose not many of you will be aware that East Midlands Airport has been identified as a national free port, bringing exceptional growth to that end of the A50 and putting further pressure on this valuable M6, M1 link road. And I urge that the Cabinet give them maximum resources to ensure that the next phase of the A50 improvements at Uttoxeter can be delivered, because there is a serious bottleneck there that's impacting on my constituents within that local area. And the accident rate from that A50 junction is absolutely horrendous. The carriageways narrow down to meet each other at that area. This is a motorway link road, Chairman, and I want the Cabinet to do all they can, all the powers that they can, to ensure that the A50 the second phase is actually brought back to the table and implemented as soon as possible. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. I've got no other speakers other than Councillor David Williams. So David Williams, over to you, please, the Cabinet member for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your comments, members. Yes, the NSL AQP, or the North Staffordshire Local Air Quality Plan, is ongoing at the moment. We are working and supporting both Stoke-on-Trent and Newcastle to try and implement these projects for the benefit of residents, to reduce the amount of nitrogen dioxide in that area, and also the implementation of the bus gate is hopefully going to go forward. I understand that Stoke-on-Trent Council have asked some questions and are making sure that they feel that they are getting the best quality and the best result for their constituents, which is what is going on currently. However, I will say that a very big positive with this has been the fact that the bus retrofit programme is still going forward. That is not going to be delayed. That means we are getting the scheme will be getting £800,000 worth of funding, which means 50 buses will be. We have £16,000 spent on each one of them to reduce their emissions and make them achieve Euro 6 emission standards, which is a great thing. And then also £25,000 in bus wrapping to make sure that these are the most as economical and pollution-free vehicles that we can get at this time. For Mr. Tagg, no, I haven't received anything in regards to the quarry, and I'm more than happy to If he wishes to send them through to me, I will more than happily work with him to see what can be done to address that issue. And for Mr Brooks, yes, I am aware of the A50 and the Freeport situation at East Midlands Airport. It's something that is on our agenda. It is a forward-thinking thing that we will have to take forward and work with ministers to see if we can get some funding to look at this. And I'll more than happily work with him if he wishes to input onto that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, do you wish to comment?
Briefly, Madam Chairman, I'd just like to pay tribute to Councillor Tagg for the diligent work he's doing around the North Staffordshire Local Air Quality Plan. Our partnership with Newcastle and Lyme Borough Council is strong, and we continue to work well together. So thank you to Councillor Tagg. Thank you very much indeed.
Moving on to item 3 on the Leader's Statement, West Midlands Rail Limited Governance Evolution. And I've got some speakers on this one, please. Councillor Charlotte Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. Could the Cabinet member just explain exactly what influence the County Council has had over local rail services and what impact has resulted from that influence? Because I'm not aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Janet Eaglen, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the Leaders' report. It might not pertain to all of what this governance of Midlands Rail pertains to, but it certainly has a lot to do with my division. I will first of all say that yesterday afternoon I attended with many other people a presentation by HS2. And for the first time, I saw an aerial view of the amount of parking that the Cappers Lane depot are wanting. All I can say that I was horrified to see so many parking spaces, and I wished I could remember how many there were, but there were an awful lot. So I asked the question to HS2, what sort of logistics they've got in mind when people arrive to go to work in the mornings and go home again in the afternoon. Well, I didn't get a very satisfactory answer, so I will move on to talk to you about the plans. Yes, we saw plans yesterday and it came very close to home, just how close they are to my division in Lichfield. And of course, you all know, I presented a petition at virtually at the last full council meeting about the people objecting to this, the Cemex factory that they want to build. I'd like to, if with your indulgence, Madam Chair, and with my fellow councillors, like to read something that the parish council sent to me by email after our parish council meeting on Monday, when they found out that there was going to be a county council election in May. It goes to say, and is this with your permission, Madam Chair?
Yes, by all means.
It says the parish council has set up a working group to oppose the proposal on a range of grounds for Semtex to be available for this Semtex planning application, including the impact on the rural area and the cumulative impact of a number of large developments in the area, including the very disrupted enabling works of HS2. We also have a number of environmental concerns and do not believe that there is many business cases for this development as the needs of HS2. These materials have not been proven, and they asked me for my comments. But I have to say that I was deeply shocked to see just the extent of HS2 in Lichfield. It's gone to Whittington now, which is the Leaders, Alan White's division. It's going through mine now like a dose of salt, I have to say, and it's on its way up to Kings Bromley. This is a really disturbing piece of news I have to give you. It's heartbreaking to see the devastation that they are doing, that the HS2 are performing with driving bulldozers straight the way through the middle of our countryside. I can't tell you how unhappy I am about it. Thank you very much, all of you, for listening to me. I can't help but get very emotional about it. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Eagland. Councillor David Brooks, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And notwithstanding that this is the West Midlands Rail, we mustn't underestimate the importance of the East Midlands Rail within the county of Staffordshire. My constituents are served very well with the link between Crewe, Derby and on to Nottingham. But there's no links. Then we have to travel to Derby from Uttoxeter to get to Burton-upon-Trent by using the train. We have to travel to Stoke-on-Trent to go to Stafford. And I think this is the very under-resourced line needs as much support as the County Council can ensure that it actually gets through our lobbying activities. Particularly, Madam Chairman, when we get out of COVID and we go back to normality. On race days, we need to ensure that there are adequate train carriages put on to serve the many, many visitors that visit Uttoxeter Racecourse. Currently, we've had a situation, and particularly in the past, where we've only had 2 train carriages, and people have been very disappointed in the fact that they can't get and leave Uttoxeter in a timely manner. So I'd urge that we don't ignore the other rail links within the county. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was only wanting really to welcome this item. I think that if we are going to have greater influence in the running of West Midlands Rail, that's going to really be very important, because it seems to have been an organisation running under its own guidance, never responds to any member requests, and hopefully this is now going to change. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mark Winnington, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like a couple of words, if you don't mind, Chair. I was the penultimate chair of the West Midlands Rail Executive, which then became West Midlands Rail Limited. And it's really just a few words about touching on what David Smith just said, really, and the relevance of the West Midlands Rail Executive. It's the executive itself is made up of 7 metropolitan authorities and 7 shire authorities, and it was set up under the rail devolution to basically have a watching brief over West Midlands Trains. West Midlands Trains are the train operating company, and we have no real power to tell them how they should operate, as long as they keep to the original franchise. I think what's important about this article we've got in front of us is that it's almost filling in the missing link in terms of rail. We've got a situation now where the mayor, whoever the new mayor will be after the May elections, will have the ability, as chair of West Midlands Rail Limited, to oversee what's going on alongside of the 7 Mets and the 7 Shires. And I think the fact that it's a non-voting position means that whatever colour the mayor is in the future, it will be down to the local authorities to make the decisions, because they've got the voting powers. It's something that we set up as a board, as I say, 2 or 3 months ago. And can I just very quickly, Chair, just thank Malcolm Holmes, who's the Chief Executive, and one of our own officers, Claire Horton, who has been very much involved with this from the start, and also the Rail North work that we've done as well. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Winnington. Before I bring Councillor Philip White in, whose portfolio this comes out under, Colin Greatrix, I've got your name down as wanting to speak on this. Do you still wish to speak?
Yep. Madam Chairman, just wanted to echo what Councillor David Smith has said. This is to be welcomed. The paper is about getting West Midlands Rail support and getting interchange between ourselves and that organisation. My county division includes one of Lichfield's 2 stations, The main city one is in my division, and I've got half of another one shared with Street Hay in my district ward. And the good thing is that we're getting some traction now from West Midlands Rail, and there's money being spent. There's an announcement last year of 29 million being spent on rail and trams throughout the country, and it's part of the levelling up. So we will see some better facilities happening in our stations. And I personally think that, disregarding HS2 and a lot of fuss about that, this is good news for other services. And I know there's lobbying going on, various people in various areas, including the local MP, including the mayor, for a linkage between Lichfield and Burton-on-Trent, which would be a fantastic improvement and would help visitors to the National Memorial Centre as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Philip White, please.
That's great. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members who've made enormously helpful comments before me there. I'll just highlight Mark Winnington's comments. I was going to pay tribute to Councillor Winnington, who, as the past chair of West Midlands Rail Executives, it then was, did an excellent job. And when I stepped into his rather large shoes as our board member there, it was notable how many positive comments there were about his contribution to the executive. So I'd just like to put that on the record. I think Mark's covered a lot of the detail in terms of the role of the executive or the limited company as it now is. This is the addition of the missing element in terms of the mayoralty having a role in the operation of that board, but in a non-member, non-voting capacity. In terms of the impact that West Midlands Rail Executive has had on our area, we've seen the investment that Councillor Greatrix has mentioned. We also have benefited from the influence that we can exert over the inner workings of the processes through the excellent officer support that we provide through Claire Horton, which means that we have a seat at the table technically. And the mention of the bid, which we strongly support, to reopen the Lichfield to Derby line as an example of the sort of thing that the West Midlands Rail Executive is doing in our area. That's a bid that they're promoting that would massively increase connectivity along one of our key corridors. We all know how pressured the A38 is, and so having a different means to travel along that corridor will be very welcome, and I hope that goes ahead. The other point I'll just touch upon is our broader partnership working through Midlands Connect, who are the regional transport authority, and this is particularly relevant to Councillor Brooks's comment about the Derby to Crewe line. Now I use that line from Tutbury, which is a tiny little station with a couple of bus shelters to hide under. Utoxeter station is a little bit larger than that, but I think could be considerably enhanced. And I do agree that the services along that line, although in the recent update of the franchising, the capacity of the trains was increased and more modern rolling stock introduced, there is the need for much more, particularly at weekends, and particularly to support Utoxeter Racecourse, which is a huge point of attraction in Utoxeter. And it's very important that there are appropriate rail services so that people can get there and get home after a really great day out, or indeed an evening out when they attend one of the many concerts that I hope will be back up and running there soon. West Midlands Rail Executive, really important part of what we do in that sector, but it's not the only thing. We have to consider the rail services across the whole of the county, not just those that are affected by that body.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, do you wish to comment on this one?
Briefly, Madam Chairman, I'd just like to thank Councillor Jan Eaglen for raising the issues around HS2. West Midlands Rail Executive does address the challenges of HS2, and in its statement about us, in inverted commas, they want to make sure everybody in the West Midlands benefits from HS2. This is very much a live issue for people across Staffordshire once more, with a consultation running again. The Cabinet member with the responsibility for collating the response to this round of consultation with HS2 is Julia Jessel, Councillor Julia Jessel, and I would urge members who've got an interest in this to make contact with her for their comments. That's it, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor White. Moving on to item 4, update from COVID-19 member-led local outbreak control board. I have a couple of speakers on this one who wish to speak. Councillor Philip White, you wish to speak on this one? No, you've just spoken on the last one. Mrs. Charlotte Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I find the COVID Local Outbreak Control Board a very useful forum, bringing together all the Staffordshire districts and boroughs on a weekly basis. The briefings from Richard Harling certainly guard against complacency, despite the rollout of the vaccines. And they just demonstrate, I think, how important it is to have a professional public health team that knows its local communities and how to keep on top of outbreaks and hotspots. So really, just congratulations to the public health team for excellent work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Atkins. Councillor Ron Clark, please. Councillor Ron Clark? You've taken your hand down?
No, sorry, yes. Sorry, Chair, it's another item I need to speak on.
Okay, that's fine. Colin Greatrix, you wish to speak on this one? I've got your name down on this one.
Madam Chair, I've already spoken.
Okay, thank you. So it only remains then for Councillor Johnny McMahon, please then. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing I would want to say is thank all those who are involved in the Local Outbreak Control Board. I think it's an excellent forum by which all are informed of what's going on. And I would echo Councillor Charlotte Atkins' point about the information that we're given from Richard Harling and the debate that ensues. It is the case that that in very large part due to the new strain that in mid-January Staffordshire experienced rates that were higher than ever during the pandemic. Worse in the north, worse in the south than the north, but albeit everybody was hit by this. And it is the case now, thankfully, that in the community, COVID is coming down, and we're beginning to see the rates in the hospitals come down, which is the most important thing. There's just one anecdote that I think is worth bearing in mind, and that's Staffordshire Moorlands, which on the 3rd of February, when we last met as a local outbreak control group, its levels were the same as they were in the middle of October. And that just shows the scale of the fall in some areas. Other areas, the scale of the fall is significantly less precipitous, but we are getting there. I think it's worth mentioning a few words about the local outbreak control groups. They're effectively the district and boroughs, and the chief executives and chair and leader rather of each district and borough is represented on these. We discuss the local situation. We discuss the likely hotspots. We discuss comms and compliance. And it's this local granular feed-in from the local community that helps inform the local outbreak control board when it meets. And I think it's particularly helpful. We also invite speakers, which has been helpful. We invited the 3 major players involved in the vaccination programme from the NHS. And we're also looking at the implications of the of COVID, not just trying to control it. And we're looking at the mental health consequences of it now and next week. So it works well. It's a great forum, and we're winning locally. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to briefly thank the District and Borough Council representatives, which includes a couple of the leaders, including Councillor Simon Tagg and Councillor Duncan Goodfellow from East Staffs Borough Council, for their positive contribution to the Local Outbreak Control Board. It demonstrates to me the value of two-tier working across Staffordshire, and our weekly meetings are extremely constructive and very, very useful. I would just say, though, at this point that we are in a bit of a low point in the course of the pandemic at the moment. My sense is that people are getting a bit tired of all this and are looking forward to a future less encumbered with the restrictions that we currently have. And I sort of feel it around the place. To that point, though, Madam Chairman, I'd just like to comment on the number of vaccines that have been rolled out. It's tremendous news, the amounts of work that is going on across the country and indeed in Staffordshire to get those vaccines out. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank those people who are volunteering at the vaccination centres. I was visiting the one at the Kingston Centre last week to encounter our very own Councillor Mark Winnington sporting a rather splendid fluorescent vest and scurrying around to help out with the vaccinations. So, Madam Chairman, whilst people are feeling a bit low, I think that there are points of brightness to look forward to, and I'd just like to thank once again the work of the Local Outbreak Control Board. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Moving on to item 5, Staffordshire means back to business, investing in our economy. And I have a few speakers on this one, I believe. Yes. Mike Sutherland, you wish to speak on this one? Councillor Mike Sutherland? No? I'll take Councillor David Brooks then, please.
Sorry, Chair, I'll come back in. I'm on item 6, I think.
It's 5, actually. I've got you down for item 5.
No, it's item 6, actually, Chair.
Okay,
Apologies,
that's fine. That's fine. I'll take Councillor David Brooks then, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I take this opportunity to thank my Cabinet colleagues of the Staffordshire County Council for the investment they're bringing into Uttoxeter. The highway improvements originally envisaged was something over £350,000. To date, they've been ramped up to almost £600,000 of much needed town centre highway improvements. I was particularly enamoured to find that the County Council were also, within that investment, investing in the vital footways that lead out of the town, that allow people during COVID to actually use the footpaths and go into the countryside and enjoy their leisure activities and around the excellent countryside we enjoy in Uttoxeter. I pay tribute to the Cabinet for supporting this investment in Uttoxeter. I find it somewhat perplexing because this is actually record-breaking investment that the County Council haven't actually promoted their investment through their press office to ensure that actually the good work that they're conducting in Uttoxeter is spread more widely. Maybe there's time yet before the election lockdown. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Keith Flunder, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My comments are partly related to my declaration, so I'll just wanted to say really that the business support grants that are out there, as well as the ones that are mentioned in this particular item, for small businesses is absolutely vital to be able to get us into a position whereby we can carry on operating once things, if they ever get back to fully normal. I do represent partly here, I suppose, the small businesses and those affected within the events industries, of which I know that you have a certain pertaining as well at times. So I am here just to say to people that without this support, without the government support administered by both the county and the district councils, then I think many of the businesses that are out there would not have survived and would not have been able to maintain at least a sort of a stalemate situation over the previous year now. It's coming over a year. So I do hope that many of these small businesses and medium-sized employers will be able to get back up and running and be able to offer jobs, etc., over the coming months once the pandemic has been completed. On that particular note, and it does go back to supporting other businesses, etc., and the comments in the strategic plan from earlier, which I didn't refer to earlier, and I just want to ask the question, if that was possible, that as well as can the Cabinet member confirm not only will the investment in encouraging more tourism and manufacturing continue, but will there be a continual focus on skills, including apprenticeship and innovation? And for that, because I've been involved with some of the green aspects as well, that green infrastructure and other tourist industries in the area will be supported so that people can look at better paid jobs across the whole of Staffordshire. And my main point on this is to really get the county into a position where we can kickstart our own economy after the pandemic's finished. And I hope that that's going to be the case. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Julia Jesser, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I'll try hard not to steal the leader and Councillor Philip White's thunder, because this is excellent news, and what is really good is the close and ongoing work with districts and boroughs. It is so important, it's actually vital that our economy gets up and going, that we do everything we can and complement the national schemes that are going on, not to duplicate them, but to dovetail into them, to provide support for employers, for small businesses, and to support them in taking on apprenticeships and to innovate and change and adapt to what will inevitably be a different economic climate. Without that, we won't get the taxes in as a nation, and we won't be able to afford the public services that we all want. But I'd like to take this opportunity to not only say thank you to Philip White and his team for working so diligently and so hard in getting these schemes up and running, but to say thank you to what I call the unsung heroes. We're all very good at thanking NHS, the volunteers, and indeed the armed forces who are supporting the NHS in their endeavours. But there are an army of small sole traders out there, single business people, the electricians, the plumbers, the heating engineers, also our own refuse workers, both at district and borough level and at county, and teaching staff. There is a whole army out there that actually is keeping this country ticking over. And I think we need to recognise that it's been really tough for some of those people, and we mustn't forget them. They are, as I say, keeping us ticking over. But I really look forward to the moment when the risks to public health, that pendulum swings back, and actually we can then say we manage the risks. We're going to have to live with COVID as we do with the flu. We know how to deal with it far more effectively. The vaccination rollout, I have to say, has been staggering. I'm so heartened that this country can still pull the finger out and get such a fantastic amount of people vaccinated. But we do need to get this country back up and running. Councillor Alan White was absolutely right. The mood out and about as much as we possibly can is wearing a bit thin and a bit low. It's a sign of the time in terms of climate, but I think people now do need to know that there's not only light at the end of the tunnel, but the tunnel is getting shorter and shorter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Mrs. Jessel. Councillor Mark Winnington, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well said there, Julia, and I hope that you remember that there is a farming community out there that's been helping keeping people fed, and I think that's quite important for all of us to have food. In terms of this item, brilliant, £860,000 plus towards businesses. Just one or 2 points from me, really. Speaking to small businesses, there's a concern that they, because they are basically on the knees a little bit, that they can't afford to take on apprenticeships. So probably that's something that we need to sort of keep a watching brief on as we go forwards. But really, as has been said already, we can see some light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the pandemic. And what we should be doing is making sure that our small businesses and large businesses, for that matter, are as well able as they can. I know that the Staffordshire Chambers has put a lot of time and effort into helping people with how to licenses to get to export stuff to Europe under the new Brexit rules. But really, well done. But we do need to keep the foot firmly on that pedal. We need to work with the chambers, with the boroughs, and also the parishes. And at my local parish, one of the local parishes yesterday, we were talking about how we can get people to the local shops in the future on bikes. So Julie Jessel will like that one. But it's to all of us to look after our businesses and help where we can. And then we do need to get out of this rut that we've got ourselves into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Winnington. Councillor Ian Lawson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to, if I can, when we're talking about getting back to business and things, about the community fund that we all have, which has done so much good to the very, very small institutions that are all abundant in Staffordshire, women's institutes and ladies' tea, luncheon clubs and what have you. The community fund and indeed the extra COVID fund have worked wonders in my area, and it's going to be even more important if we can keep it going in the future when things get a little bit back to normal, where they can start meeting again, because the elderly people have been the hardest hit. They can't see their daughters, their grandchildren, the families. We all know how they've been suffering. And to get back to a luncheon club, we have one in the Biddulph area with 98 members. And they haven't been able to meet for over 12 months now. And it's places like this where the odd £100 and £150 really helps them and will get them going again and get members who have lapsed over the COVID season to come back and rejoin. And I'd just like to thank the Cabinet and the financial people for the community fund, which very quietly does us all such a lot of good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to call in Councillor Philip White there, who's this comes under his portfolio. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the comments from members. This is really a great example of what I was talking about when we were on the MTFS item about partnership working. So our role here at the County Council is to use our funds to their best effect and to complement schemes that others are doing, and to fill in the gaps. And this fills in some particularly important gaps in terms of training, particularly retraining where businesses are changing the way that they operate to respond to the pandemic, investing in capital works again for changes that they need to make because of COVID, but most importantly, and to Mark Winnington's point about encouraging apprenticeships, helping those smaller businesses that struggle to fund apprenticeships to do so, and the Staffordshire 500 scheme is I think a fantastic scheme to do exactly that. Spread across all 8 of our districts, and it's fantastic that we're doing that in conjunction with those districts and boroughs, so that we can all use our funding collectively to a better effect. I think that's exactly the right sort of thing for us to be doing. More broadly on the recovery, the exit strategy, as we all know, is the vaccination programme, and it is fantastic news that we've now, as a country, vaccinated a quarter of our adult population. And whilst I think the idea of competition with other countries is perhaps a bit of an odd one, I still think it's great that we are doing so well as the UK when others seem to be struggling to achieve what we are. And here in Staffordshire, we're well over the 200,000 mark for the number of vaccinations now. So that's our best way out of this. We will, however, need to continue to adapt to the changes that COVID will necessitate. It will be affecting businesses for many years to come. And so we do need to look to the future to work out how we help those businesses to thrive in that future, and to seize the opportunities as well. And so to Councillor Flunder's question, the first thing that I would direct him to is our Staffordshire Means Back to Business strategy, which was published last summer, which considers both our immediate response to the pandemic, but also our route out, and some of the opportunities that we can seize there. We will, of course, be refreshing and reworking that as time moves on. But it's a really good document, and it's guided our work over the course of the last 9 months or so. In terms of tourism, we're in the process of refreshing our offer of support to the tourism sector, and we'll be able to announce more of that in March. But we are planning to put our shoulders to the wheel there to help that sector as it reopens. In terms of the green economy, that is absolutely at the core of both the opportunities and the challenges that we have, so that will be considered as well. And in terms of skills, I think the Apprenticeship 500 is a great example of what we're doing. The other thing I'll mention that sort of joins it all together, though, is our Ignite scheme, which we're delivering with our colleges. And that is to provide both funding and training and mentoring for college leavers who want to set up their own businesses. And that, again, is a great example of where we've identified a gap in the market, working with partners to do something that makes a real difference for, in that case, college leavers, so that they can help grow our Staffordshire economy. I'll leave my comments there, but I think that illustrates the scope of the work that we're undertaking, which is appropriate because of the scope of the challenge. And the two words I'll leave you with are complementary and partnership, which is exactly what we're aiming to deliver.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be succinct. Let's just remind ourselves why we're doing this. It is a growing, thriving economy that pays for all the services we've been talking about this morning. So it's incumbent upon us. We have a moral responsibility to help get our economy back on its feet, and these schemes will be doing that. It is through the taxation on the exchange of goods and services that our public services are funded. So we've got to get growing with our economy. We've got to create those good and better jobs for the people of Staffordshire, because everybody's outcomes improve as a result of that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, members, as you can see, we're halfway through the Leader's Statement. We've got 5 more items to discuss, which are also as important as the last 5 items. But I'd like to suggest that we now move on to agenda item 6, and I've got at least 12 people I know wish to speak on this item. So can I suggest that you make your points as short and make your points short and brief, but to the point also, as quickly as you can, please. Thank you. So we now move to item 6, which is protecting Cannock Chase Special Area of Conservation for future generations. And I've got quite a number of speakers on this one. Councillor Charlotte Atkins first, please.
Chair, I'll be very short. I just want to really ask a question of the Cabinet Member. What plans has the Cabinet Member got for the Ranger Service on Cannock Chase? I think they should be at the heart of the conservation work, but they are undergoing their 4th restructure in just 7 years. I don't know how they can maintain their work ethic and their morale with the threat of redundancy hanging over them. I hope the Cabinet Member can reassure us that she will be strengthening the Ranger Service, and that the Rangers, who are so popular with users of the Cannock Chase, can be secure in their jobs and will get additional support. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm now going to move to the list that I had sent to me, and the first one on my list is Councillor Brian Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I support these mitigation measures to protect the fauna and flora of Cannock Chase. And can I just commend Councillor Wilson, the Cabinet Member, for this particular item, who has received untold abuse and criticism in social media for this item. I live next to Cannock Chase, or very close by. In fact, I grew up some 100 metres from the area. I know it very well. I walk over Cannock Chase 3 or 4 times a week, 10 miles at a time, so I know it extremely well. I'm passionate about it. I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't just briefly mention some of the myths and half-truths. I'll avoid saying lies, but that have gone out on social media. First of all, the greatest myth is that the green at Marquis Drive is going to be tarmacked over. I would lie under the bulldozers before that was going to take place. That will not happen. The other myth about any parking charges that won't be spent on Cannock Chase, that actually, absolutely, they will. Any monies from car parking will go back in to securing the future of Cannock Chase. I was over there on Sunday at Marquis Drive, and it's wonderful to see so many people using that resource for the mental health and the general well-being. But the cars were parked indiscriminately on verges, litter everywhere, and we need to focus people and move them to the additional parking that will be provided where it is more robust and it can actually sustain it for the future. But just one final point, if I may, Madam Chairman. Just to show the Conservatives' green agenda, and there's been a lot of criticism of us over this. Last night at Cannock Chase District Council, the Conservative group, like any responsible opposition would do, put forward an alternative budget which was all about the green agenda, protecting green spaces, looking after and doing up our local parks so people can get out there, reducing the use of paperwork to assist the environment. The Conservatives care passionately about Cannock Chase, and we care passionately about the green agenda. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Call Councillor Phil Hewitt now, please. Thank you, Brian Jones. Thank you. Phil Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. It always takes a second or two to press all the buttons to get there, doesn't it? And thanks for Councillor Jones. I have to declare an interest in that. I walk on a very regular basis on Cannock Chase. I'm an avid user of Cannock Chase. I absolutely adore the place, and often walk with Councillor Jones as we chat away. So I think that's quite important. I also have to say that these proposals are brought forward by SAC, the Special Area of Conservation, and that's really important to understand that it's these people who are bringing it forward, these recommendations. But what concerns me is as I walk countrywide. So I walk on North Yorkshire moors, I walk on the Highlands, I walk on the Yorkshire Dales. This is something I do on a regular basis. I'm a natural nature lover. I love it all. But what always concerns me, and what has really concerned me about these proposals, is the political nature of them, that they have been used blatantly as a political football. Now, whether it be Cannock Chase or any other area, that needs looking after, it is never a political football, ever. There's lots of conversations can take place, and it's all important to keep having those conversations over the next 15 years, because that's the life of the plan. You know, it's not next week, it's whatever, it's over 15 years, and that's really important. So it's a plea to every politician, it's a plea to everybody sitting here and the wider people who are listening to it. Cannock Chase is not a political football. It is far too important for that. It is absolutely not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I can't see any more hands up, but I've got a list here that I was sent. I'm going to go through them. If you don't wish to speak, could you just acknowledge that fact, please? Councillor Johnny McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm proud to have been part of a member of a cabinet that put this through. Despite the significant headwinds, I think these proposals show courage and conviction for doing the right thing. These proposals are measured, still allowing folk access, including the disabled. And indeed they enhance the access over time. But we have to remember that this outstandingly beautiful part of the world is extremely fragile. And this measured approach allows access, allows us to enjoy it, improve our health by exercising in it, whilst at the same time protects the fragility. And that's why I think it's so important. And I fully endorse this. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I've got Councillor David Smith now, please.
Chairman. I think that the situation, I mean, I've been subjected to all the emails everyone else has had, and I can't help but come to the conclusion that either you are for or against the protection of Cannock Chase. We have put up proposals that make the protection the best possible thing that we could have done. So if you're opposed to that, you are actually saying that they want Cannock Chase to have a free access and to destroy the very thing that we're trying to retain. And so I think that the work that Victoria has done has been exceptional. I think it's very unfortunate the amount of criticism that she's had, both personally and also in her portfolio role. And I 100% support the recommendations on Cannock Chase. And I think the people who are objecting to those are not actually looking to protect Cannock Chase, but are part of destroying it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor David Smith. Councillor Paul Snape, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd first of all like as well to congratulate Councillor Victoria Wilson and all her officers for the work that's gone into this. As a child in Wensfield, which is then part of Staffordshire, as a family we visit the Chase twice a year. 2 visits we look forward to. To get there took us 2 hours and 3 bus rides. We didn't have a car, as most people in those days from our background didn't. That was the 1960s. The difference between then and now is that the number of cars that are there, many of them having travelled for many miles, 50 or 60 miles, some of them, perhaps from Worcester, as we see on some of the Facebook sites, West Yorkshire, North Cheshire, Greater Manchester. While it is great to see our Chase being used, at the moment it is the number of cars that are coming there, parking everywhere without respect for the Chase itself. As I say, it is wonderful to have them there. My parents are now both dead, but they used to love seeing us running around as children playing on the Chase. Where car parks were then, I'd have had no idea because we didn't go there by car. What has already been said, I'm not going to repeat, but the big things for me is that all the money that is raised from the new changes to car parks will be spent on the Chase. Anyone who doesn't believe it can check through the audit system, freedom of information or whatever. It'll be open to everybody to check, to call us a task if things go wrong or whatever. There will still be 50 car parks, over 500 car parking spaces. So the Chase will still be open to everybody. My children have used the Chase, and I'm hoping if I have grandchildren, they'll be able to use the Chase. And that's what these proposals are all about. It's keeping the Chase as it should be, free and open to everybody to use. When I use the word free, I don't necessarily mean on the case of cost, but just it'll still be there for years to come. And that's what it's all about. And that's why I support these proposals and I support the Cabinet for pushing them through. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor John Francis, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, what can I say? I've lived on the Chase for 40 years and I've seen the deterioration that's taken place with the amount of footfall and cars using it. And when I was chairman of Berkshire Parish Council, that incorporates a good portion of the Chase. It used to incorporate a lot more, but it still incorporates a fair amount. The county council under the Labour administration some 20 years ago wanted to tarmac Milford Common Car Park and charge for it. Well, I opposed that as chair of the parish council at the time, but actually it's worked out very well. The charge £1 a day and the car parking charges paid for the resurfacing and the maintenance of that area. And I remember as a child going on the Milford Common sledging that there was no trees on Milford Common at all in that area, and cars used to drive up the hills and across the common to park, and this is going back 60 years, this is. So, you know, things have altered drastically, and there are a lot more cars going around the Chase. and it needs to be managed and controlled properly. There's large urban areas surrounding the Chase, and a lot of people use it for recreation, which is absolutely spot on. And it's a bit rich for some of these organisations that have popped out the woodwork talking about protecting the Chase. As I alluded to, when I was chair of the parish council, we had to fight to stop the then Labour County Council ploughing a road through the Chase to link up Junction 13 to Junction 14 by Beaconside. We took them to court, we won that case, and we had the planning inspector here looking over the area and said there's no way we can stop it. So therefore, Madam Chairman, I thoroughly support this. I have supported this. 4 of my parish councils support this. We've had meetings continuously over the last 4 to 8 years over this. It's necessary, it needs to be done. I can thank the officers for doing a fantastic job, and thank you, Victoria, for administering this and taking all the flack on it, which has been totally unnecessary. You've done a great job. We need to move it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. And members, you will recall that I did say, can you make your comments brief, please? I've still got a number of people to get through on this particular item. So I'll now call in, if I may, Councillor Mike Sutherland, please.
Thank you, Chair. This won't take long, and I'm taking my view is this. I do thank Councillor Wilson for this report, and this is coming from me, a very personal local councillor in Rugeley. We know more and more visitors are using the Chase and enjoying the facilities that's been added over the years. This is wonderful. But as with anywhere that's well used, it's evident that this needs careful managing. It cannot be overemphasised. It really does matter that we invest in making sure that Cannock Chase is not only protected but looked after for our future generations. And I'm going to give you a very quick example why we need this plan to happen. The announcement at Rugeley Power Station site is now going through its final stages with some exciting plans that Engie, the owners, are working with Staffordshire County Council, Keele University, Lichfield and Cannock District Councils, as well as others. They plan to build 2,300 new low-carbon homes, which will have running and walking trails, also cycling routes and a new riverside park. This development will also include walkways and cycle routes that will open up from that site and go through Rugeley Town Centre and a link into the Heritage Trail, which many of us know passes through the Chase. The icing on the cake is the very recent announcement that Philip White made earlier, in that it's been agreed that a new all-free school planned for Rugeley on the power station development site will open in 2023. So it really matters, with 2,300 new homes, with cycleways and walkways through the town into the Heritage Trail. This will mean more and more visitors using this jewel in the crown, which is Cannock Chase. So we must make sure it's not only protected for today, but for generations to come. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. On my list now, I've got Councillor Martin Titley. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Martin Titley?
Madam Chairman, Martin Titley left the meeting some time ago.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Mrs Anne Edgeler? No? Councillor Mrs Anne Edgeler?
Sorry, Chairman, my hand's down. I didn't realise. I've got it down on my screen at any rate. No, I don't wish to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Philip White?
Thank you, Chair. I think others have said it brilliantly already.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. So I'll now call on Victoria Wilson, if I may, please.
Thank you.
Allow me to try and explain and clarify the situation with our funding in this area. And I'm talking about the Rangers Service as asked by Councillor Mrs Charlotte Atkins. The SAC proposals which have been agreed by Cabinet are separately funded, and therefore there are resources within this funding for their delivery. In 2016, Rural County committed to MTFS savings of £786,000, which were to be spread over a 5-year period to 2021 to this year. To date, £446,160, which is 57% of that sum. And if you say it quickly, it doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But those savings have been delivered. This has been achieved through the management review, moving from 3 operational managers to 1, with the remainder being achieved through holding vacancies, halting non-essential spend and deferring duties where possible. In 2019 and 20, the restructure of the service commenced and a consultation was completed in January and February of last year with trade unions and staff. Feedback from the consultation highlighted concerns over capacity, particularly at the front line, and the potential impacts this could have on staff safety and welfare. In March last year, all restructures had to be put on hold due to coronavirus. When the reorganisation resumes, the proposals will be revised and informed by the experience of the impacts of COVID-19 and the recent feedback from key stakeholders, partners and the wider workforce. This has meant that across families and communities, we have reprofiled the MTFS and the actual saving required of Rural County will now be reduced. There were not 4 restructures in 7 years, as was quoted last Friday at the call-in, but there has been uncertainty for that period. We were initially included in discussions about Infrastructure Plus, and since then we've been faced with MTFS pressures, all of which we recognise has been very unsettling for the staff. So just to reiterate that the savings required will now be reduced as a result of conversations by the Cabinet. I want to thank all the members, particularly the local members, for all their resilience through the veritable onslaught of the information, misinformation and vitriol that they've received when they all went. All they want to do is protect our beautiful Cannock Chase. I'm delighted that we will be able, as custodians of this rare beauty spot in our county, to allow future generations to enjoy the park. I hope that anyone watching this meeting will see for themselves that this plan transcends all politics, all point scoring. I'm really proud to associate myself with all the comments from my colleagues. I won't say any more, it's all been said. It's now time for action. We'll engage throughout the implementation process and we will save Cannock Chase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Victoria Wilson. Councillor Alan White, do you wish to make any comments on this particular item?
No, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Item 7, COVID testing. I've got some speakers on this one. Councillor Keith Lunder, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just very quickly, I note here some of the issues related to people working who wanted to be tested. And I did make a few inquiries about whether or not evenings could be extended and weekend openings and everything else. And I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful that that has come to fruition and that some of the pop-up testings are now on Saturdays and Sundays in the area. I note that within the Moorlands, it's a very low rate that we have at the moment and has been continued throughout the time as being a low rate. And I'm sure it's due to the testing that's now been available, both at Biddulph Leisure Centre and at Leek Leisure Centres, and also at the pop-up locations around the whole district. And I'd just like to thank all the volunteers that have helped to provide that, along with the new ideas of opening up to allow working people to have access as well. And the 500 people they've obviously picked up during the thing has saved an awful lot of lives. So overall, very, very impressed, and thank you for doing those slight alterations to the team and all the people that have been involved with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mrs Woodward, please.
Thanks, Chairman, and it's been a pleasure to be sharing information about community testing on social media and through my own networks to do what we can as county councillors to promote testing. I have a growing concern, though, that's becoming more serious to me, and it shows that any strategy is only as strong as its weakest point. And my worry is that those people who are least able to self-isolate or take themselves out of work for 10 days are going to be the ones who don't get tested. Now, I know nationally that 70% of the people who apply for self-isolation payments of £500 are being refused. And I just wondered whether the Cabinet member or the leader have any comment on how we can address that issue, the people who don't want to go for a test just in case they're found to be COVID positive and have to stay away from work. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs Woodward. Councillor Ron Clark, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to pay my compliments then to the Burton Albion Community Trust. Having been one of the people first to go there and followed up 3 weeks later, I have to say it's a brilliant flow line system. Listening to other people and outside of Staffordshire, the experience that they've had, I must say it's a great compliment then to Burton Albion, the way they've got it well organised, and they're doing 350 a day, and I think it's well worth mentioning. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Clark. Councillor John Francis, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to say my thanks to Dr. Richard Harling and his team and the County Council and the leader for the testing facilities that the county's rolled out. Is absolutely fantastic. I've had three tests, 2 lateral flow tests and a normal test, one at Beaconside, one at the Baptist Church at Ridingbrook and one at the Kington Centre. And can I say to all the people that have volunteered, like Mark Winnington, to help with this, it's been absolutely fantastic. And I think, to be quite honest, the County Council has been in front of the curve, thanks to Dr. Harling, all the way through this, and we've really done a fantastic job. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Francis. Councillor Jeremy Oates, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just wanted to say, really pleased with what's happening in Biddulph and the change because of the working hours. We have the exact same problem in Tamworth, and I'm constantly approached by people who can't get tested because they are at work. They're at work when our testing centres are open. So as soon as we can identify that capacity in Tamworth, it will be very, very much welcomed. We've now got a permanent PCR testing centre, which has been supported by the Borough Council giving up a car park. We've got the community testing centres, but still we have high rates of infection and low rates of testing. The point that has been made about people who are afraid to be tested because they can't take time out of work. I anecdotally had a conversation with somebody last weekend about getting a test, and this was a retired couple, and they were genuinely scared of being tested positive for COVID-19. It actually put fear into them, and they would rather not know and stay at home anyway than find out that they're negative or positive. It genuinely scared them. So we've got a bit of a mission ahead of us to convince some people that actually it's okay to be tested, it's okay to test positive, and then stay at home. A test is not going to make you any more ill or any less ill, but it might save a loved one and it might save you spreading it to somebody else accidentally. So we need to promote the positives of getting tested. And also, we need to remember that, you know, it's been miserable, but the weather's improving. Go out for a walk. We're right in my prime walking time of day right now. But the parks have never been so full. We can't stop and chat in the parks. We can't socialise in the parks. But there are other people you can see, wave, and say, you know, just say hello to at a distance. So really, my message today is, if you're in Tamworth, get a test. We can test people. Get a test, protect your loved ones, and let's just keep being nice to each other and waving and smiling. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Oates. I've got no more speakers so I'll now hand over to Councillor Johnny McMahon, who is the lead Cabinet member for this item. Thank you, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The first thing I just want to comment on is morale, and it's true. We're not in a great place as a community in terms of morale, and I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks that we'll be able to do something as members together in order to be able to improve that. What I would say in the interim, it very much reflects Councillor Jeremy Oates' remarks, and I apologise for interfering with his daily constitutional, but that we've got to concentrate on what we can do. A lot of the press and a lot of national stuff forgets the fact that we can go out, and it's a beautiful day today. We can also go out, meet somebody outside our social bubble, remaining socially distant. We're not remembering that. And I think we've got to have more of a can-do attitude. What can we do? And I think we should share ideas and get our communities to share ideas with each other about what folk can do in the house or out. And I will share with you in due course the 5 ways of well-being, the NHS 5 ways of well-being: acts of kindness, exercise, concentrating on what you eat, being aware of your environment. We need to do more of this in order to improve morale and indeed improve mental health and be able to get out of this in better spirits. I'm conscious of what Councillor Sue Woodward had to say about some people are reluctant to get a test because they feel that they will then have to self-isolate and they cannot support themselves in doing so. I want to look at the detail of that, and I, along with Richard Harling, will look at the detail of that, and if we can do anything in terms of lobbying, we will. But I want to get under the bonnet first before we would commit ourselves to doing such a thing. In terms of the testing, I think I think we're doing well. It says we've managed to pick up 300 people without symptoms in the community. It's significantly north of 500 now. And if you consider that each asymptomatic person is likely to infect 2, that would be 1,000. Then they would infect 2. And 300 of them would be asymptomatic, they would infect 2, and so on. It's the multiple effect. It's not just the first 1,000 that we're talking about. So I think it is having a significant impact. I'm very grateful to those who do step forward to get a test. They're doing the right thing for their families, for themselves, for their workplace, and for the community. There was an issue which was raised by Councillor Robinson last time we met about access to testing sites, and I can assure you that the pop-up sites have now doubled in capacity. They were 4 a day, and they've now increased to between 7 and 9 a day, and these can go to local communities and particularly rural areas, so people can find it easier to access the testing. I need to say something finally about the lateral flow testing, and that's that it is not a license for party time. Unfortunately, I wish it was. That will come, but what it's there for is to break the asymptomatic chain of infection, and in doing so, it will reduce the burden of COVID in our community. It will save some lives, and it will help the hospital burden. So with that in mind, I would strongly advocate it to all those who in any way have to be in the community during this time of lockdown, whether it be work, shopping, or whatever. And in that regard, we're looking at reducing the size of the businesses that we invite to do lateral flow testing from 200 employees to 50, and in doing so, that will break the chain of possible chain of infection in any workplace and increase the likelihood of them remaining open during this very difficult time. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, did you wish to comment?
Nothing to add.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Moving on then to agenda item 8, rollout of the COVID vaccine. And I have a couple of speakers on this one, Charlotte. Oh, I've got 3 or 4 speakers. If you could make your points, please, as brief as possible. Councillor Charlotte Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Really, just in terms of the long-term challenges ahead, I'm very concerned about the learning gap between pupils from different backgrounds. So what plans has the County Council got to help those from disadvantaged communities help catch up on what for many will be almost a year without teaching? And also the mental health impact on school pupils is likely to be very severe. And how will the County Council work with the NHS to address what could be an epidemic of mental health distress among school children? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Mark Winnington, please.
Oh, hi there. Right. Yeah, just very quickly, I obviously picked up that the leader said he'd seen me scurrying around with high vis on at the Kingston Centre. It's a horrible thought, but when it's so cold, I feel sorry for anyone else who has to stand out there for 5 hours. It's quite a feat, and you don't do much scurrying, more sort of shivering. But very quickly, just onto the Kingston Centre. I've committed to a regular shift, but so many more people are volunteering there, and they're all happy to do it. They're all proud to be part of almost it's almost like Dad's Army trying to sort of beat this pernicious vaccine, this pernicious pandemic. And what I'd like to say, please, Chair, is thanks to the NHS people that are at the centre. There's nurses, there's administrators, and then the marshals. Everyone's putting the name forwards, and anyone who feels like they ought to volunteer can get in touch with, I think it's volunteering at mtptfs.nhs. It's really important. I think Johnny McMahon mentioned for every 8 people, older people that are vaccinated, 1 life would be saved. And when you see mums, fathers, uncles lined up in a row, and you think that's another life saved, it's really, really heartening. And if you want to see happy people, see the people who are coming out of the centre after the vaccination. They are made up. And so really well done to everybody. And it's we're at the start of the battle, not the end, but let's just press on with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor David Brooks, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I pay tribute to particularly the Tuxeter Racecourse? 2 weeks ago, 2,500 people. 2 weeks on Saturday, 2,500 people were vaccinated in a single day, which was a record for the county of Staffordshire. Could I pay tribute to the local GP practices for the work they did? I was formally invited down to go and witness this event and help support them whilst I could. I know we have a long way to go. The excellent delivery of vaccines and I have an interest in this, that Staffordshire County Showground has been able to deliver, where I understand 25,000 people have been vaccinated at this fantastic venue. I must pay tribute to everybody who's been involved in this and helping deliver this. I know when this vaccination event in Uttoxeter was happening, there was a holdback with traffic in the town centre, partially due to the roadworks that the County Council are also are doing that didn't possibly help. But witnessing the people, the smiling and what people were seeing as they went to this event was heart-lifting, to say the least. I was fortunate to be there when my godfather, my elderly uncle and aunt were vaccinated together, and because they don't enjoy the best of health, I was able to help them to redress and the vaccine. And the only comment, the only criticism that my uncle had for the whole event was there was nowhere to go and have a drink afterwards. And he was referring to the fact that the bars were all closed. But everybody was happy to receive the vaccine. And we must encourage people to go. There's a lot of people out there who are undermining the value of this vaccination campaign. And we, as county councillors, must be ambassadors to ensure the vaccination process is rolled out to the best that the National Health Service and the local GP practices can deliver. And let people understand. On Saturday again, the Uttoxeter Racecourse is looking forward to vaccinating 1,600 people at their event. And that's lowering the age group down to the 65s. So clearly people like Philip Atkins and other local people will be able to go and get their vaccination. I think that's fantastic news. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of speakers actually wanting to speak on this item. So can you make your points brief, please? Councillor Mrs Woodward, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm delighted to say I've received a text message during the course of this county council meeting to say that I can book an appointment for my vaccine. So that's good news, and I'm certainly happy to act as an ambassador on behalf of the county council to encourage testing and vaccinations. I'd like to pay tribute to our communications team. They've done a very good job in trying to keep us all as members informed, and also to the member briefings that we received. But in spite of their best efforts, we did have a gap in communications from local NHS professionals as vaccination centres were being set up. They were being set up from mid-December, but local councils were actually prevented from having information about this by the NHS, and that shows to me a lack of trust of local councils by the NHS. I'm really grateful to Councillor Johnny McMahon, who brokered a meeting between Burnford representatives, myself, Councillor Fisher, and the Leader of the Opposition at Lichfield District Council, Councillor Steve Norman, who happens to be my husband. He brokered a meeting with a number of senior NHS professionals, Dr Shami Noor, the chair of the CCGs, Dr James Ward, who's the clinical director for the Burnford Primary Care Network, with Lynn Miller, who's directing the operations of vaccinations, and very grateful to them. I'd like to put on record our gratitude for actually going through the process and explaining to us about the vaccination centres. You'll recall that Lichfield Cathedral was trumpeted as a vaccination centre for Lichfield District, and that was because of its quite unique situation and unique venue. But there are three types of vaccination centres that were being proposed by the NHS. Hospital hubs, which are self-explanatory, vaccination centres, which are large sports or conference centres, such as the Cathedral, and local primary care centres. And it seems that Staffordshire has been able to use those large vaccination centres, certainly to have the significant throughput of numbers of people waiting for vaccinations, but also the primary care vaccination setups have been very helpful too. Now, Burntwood's own vaccination centre may not be as glamorous as the Cathedral. It was described by Dr Ward as our shed. In fact, we've got two sheds now, but I'm grateful that we are, and certainly as far as the population of Burntwood's concerned, that seems to be working now very effectively. But I think it's important that NHS professionals do communicate as far as they possibly can with local councillors. We have information and intelligence about our communities that they possibly aren't privy to. And what the outcome of that meeting, I think, has been very positive, that those NHS professionals are now linked in with Burnford Town Council and other councils to make sure that we are all pulling together in the same direction, which is absolutely to make sure as much testing goes on as possible and that as many vaccines are taken up as possible too. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Mrs Woodward. Councillor Mark DeVille, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And really must say what excellent debate, Chairman, today around this virtual council chamber on every aspect of the of the leaders' update. And I have to say, Chairman, I just can't wait to get out of this virtual chamber and get in the real chamber and see all of our colleagues once again. And I largely agree with the comments of Mr. Brooks and Mr. Winnington. And it's great news, Mrs. Woodward, that you've received that text message, and great news that you're going to have your jab. The leader said earlier that the vaccine programme across Staffordshire, the rollout, is a game changer. It absolutely is, Chairman. And I've spent considerable time recently at the JCB vaccination centre at Cheadle. And last Friday, we were actually putting 180 AstraZeneca jabs into people's arms in an hour. So tremendous output, tremendous setup there. There's a testing station at JCB, there's a vaccination centre, and they're also building diggers at the same time. So I think, may I propose a massive vote of thanks to JCB for their help in my part of the world, and also the excellent primary care network. In my area, Chairman, it covers the areas of Warrington, Tean and Cheadle, and thanks to them, it's absolutely running like clockwork. I await, Chairman, with great interest, the government's roadmap that I think has been produced to us on the 22nd of February. I will be continuing to lobby my local MPs, who will in turn hopefully lobby government to deliver a concise and a really well-planned strategy to enable us all, particularly young people, Chairman, to return to some form of safe normal. People, particularly young people, but I think Ian Lawson made a good point earlier. It's everyone, young people and older people, that are desperate to see light at the end of the tunnel. And I waited. Great progress with the vaccination programme. There certainly are green shoots and light at the end of the tunnel, but I wait in tremendous interest, Chairman, to see this roadmap on the 22nd of February, and sincerely hope that will provide some real hope to provide much needed light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Chairman. And an excellent debate, Chairman, as well, I think.
Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Thank you, Councillor Mark DeVille. Councillor Mrs Anne Edgeler, as I said earlier, could you make your points as briefly as you can, please? Thank you.
Very much, Chairman. I just want to say well done to everyone involved in the vaccination programme, but I also want to say a thank you, and their names have not been mentioned, to Neil Carr and Paddy Hannigan, including Lynn Miller as well. But I'm picking up on Councillor Atkins' point, and I believe that about schools, and there should be a mental health counsellor in every school, be it a teaching assistant with some knowledge about mental health that can help these children when they're going through a crisis. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edgeler. Councillor Jonathan Price, please.
I appreciate allowing me to speak. Just on Anne Edgeler's point, every school has a staff and pupil welfare member of their governing body there, so it may be worth that we do some work with those and try and support them. Obviously, we know the schools were closed on the 5th of January due to the current rising levels in COVID. We find ourselves in a very difficult position. Obviously, I would like to see all children back in school as soon as possible, but that needs to be when it is safe to do so. This is obviously going to be based subject to the review of the latest data, which will be based on the 15th of February, and obviously on the success of the vaccination programme. Mr Johnson's ordered ministers to ramp up preparations for the reopening of our schools after being told that the UK is now past the peak of the current wave of coronavirus. And he has set a roadmap out of lockdown will be published in the week commencing February the 22nd. The Education Secretary, Gavin Williams, has also confirmed that schools will receive a 2-week period before they reopen in order to allow staff to prepare for the return of our pupils. Something close to my heart as well, obviously being the educational portfolio, I want to see as many of our children back in school as possible, although some of our EHCP children are already in school and children from families of key workers. I have a daughter doing A-levels currently, and she's doing those from home. And I have a SEND child in year 6 that's supposed to transition to year 7 and has had nearly 12 months out of education. They're very, very difficult. The government currently is planning to, as far as helping children catch up, and appointed an education recovery czar, Sir Kevin Collins, to access the amount of learning children have missed out during the pandemic. The Prime Minister has made it clear that the government's immediate focus must be on education, and Sir Collins will head up a team of experts who will draw up proposals on how to help children catch up. One-to-one tuition for pupils in summer schools are reportedly being discussed currently, and Department for Education, DFE officials are said to be studying the evidence and cost effectiveness of adding an extra class at the beginning of the end of the day or at the end of the day. The County Council, as a local authority, is still waiting for guidance from the DFE, and as that is forthcoming, I will make sure that all members are kept up to date. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Price. Councillor Mrs Jill Hood, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I was very pleased to hear Jonathan Price talking about plans for the future, because that's exactly what I was going to comment on. I'm being contacted by many parents who are talking to me about their children and how much they've been set back by not being in school. The mental health of some of these parents and children too is suffering a great deal, and Councillor Alan White touched on the fact that he could now sense that the mood has changed, and it certainly has. So I worry, I'm really concerned about the future. You know, hearing Jonathan say that things are going to be put into place and the DFE will be talking to him, he'll be talking to them. I'm delighted in that. It can't come soon enough for our children to get back to school. And I really hope that the plans that we do put in place for our children to be brought to the standard of learning that they should have reached by now will really work for us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mark Sutton, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just want to pick up on briefly on the couple of points that were made around children's mental well-being. There is absolutely no doubt that the past 12 months has had an impact on many people's mental well-being, and children are absolutely no exception to that. There is a comprehensive guide to the pathways available for mental wellbeing amongst children available on Staffordshire Connects, and an action after this meeting. I will just make sure, I know that has been circulated, but I'll make sure that's been circulated to all members. That includes the mental health support teams in a number of our schools, and there was members will recall the Trailblazer project that has had with the health service in East Staffordshire, Cannock Chase, and firstly in North Staffs. But there is no doubt that our Action for Children, our mental wellbeing service Action for Children has started to take more referrals, and I'm ensuring that that is number one on the list for action with our commissioners going forward when we're looking at how things should develop over the next few months. But it's something that is a partnership approach. It's not just our responsibility. It's not just health's responsibility. It needs a partnership approach, you know. And as I discussed and mentioned earlier in an earlier item, the Family Strategic Partnership have had a big impact in what we do around children and children's outcomes and families going forward. And I'm sure it'll be uttermost on their list as well. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Sutton. I've got a few things, if I may, just to say briefly myself, a few words I'd like to say. As some of you may not know or may know, Great Worley Community Centre has become one of the vaccination centres being run through the NHS and CCGs and Cornwall's Pharmacy. To enable this work, volunteers were required to act as marshals, and this has been amazing, the number of volunteers locally who have come forward. We now have over 80 volunteers, including my husband and myself and other members of my family. So I too wear a high-vis jacket occasionally. It's heartwarming to see how the communities locally have come together to help in this time of crisis, but it's also rewarding to see the smiles and relief on the recipients of the vaccine, their faces, not just because they've received the vaccine, because they've been able to see and speak to other people. It has been amazing, and I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the brilliant community spirit shown by everyone involved. Thank you all very much indeed. That's from my division, and to everybody that contributed. I'll now call Councillor Johnny McMahon in, whose responsibility this falls under. So, Johnny McMahon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The first thing I'd like to say is that all this good news is because the government was prescient enough to know that technology would get us out of this, and they put their money where their thoughts were. They put an unprecedented amount of money into getting the vaccine and getting it at scale, and also the genomic testing. We've become leaders in the world in genomic testing. They realised early on that technology was the way to move forward and to see light at the end of the tunnel. And I, for one, am deeply grateful to them. In regard to Councillor Susan Woodward's remarks, it's a pleasure to help in Burntwood. That's what the job's about. And it is unfortunate, the NHS embargo. But this is the culture within the Department of Health, I'm afraid. It's very secretive, and that's irrespective of which political party is in power. It's a long-standing thing, and I regret it. You are quite right, Councillor Woodward, in stating the three different approaches to the vaccine programme, but there is a fourth, and I think the fourth is worth mentioning. It's called the roving model, and it works with the primary care network supported by the Midlands Partnership Foundation Trust, and they deal with the housebound, and they deal with the homeless, and they deal with essentially those seldom heard of groups. So they, I'd see, it's a rather crude term, but they're a mopping up exercise for those who are not so obvious, so that we cover everybody we possibly can. I think that we shouldn't be nationalist about our approach to the vaccine. I think that's quite true, but I think we should be proud of what we've done so far. In terms of numbers per 100,000 in the vaccine, we are third on the planet, second only to Israel and the United Arab Emirates. And I think that's something that we should be deeply proud of. In terms of the local response to this, I spoke to Paddy Hannigan, the lead clinician for the rollout yesterday, and he said as of Tuesday, there were 223,000 vaccinations in Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent. That is a great endeavour, and I'm glad to them all. I think it's worth just very briefly talking about the timescale of how Staffordshire has stood up to the plate here. Pfizer was approved on the 1st of December of 2020. The hospital hubs opened on the 9th. The first wave primary care network opened on the 15th, and the last wave opened on the 15th of January. But the real statistic that impresses me is that the first vaccines in care homes were on the 23rd of December, and that was a full week before AstraZeneca was approved. So despite the cold chain requirements for Pfizer, which we all know is extremely difficult to manage, we were vaccinating the most vulnerable in care homes a week before AstraZeneca was approved. And I think that's commendable. And we as a county council give the NHS support in terms of if they ask for folk to help them, or if they ask for estate, we will look into that and have done. And we also act as a critical friend. And I think our relationship with the NHS locally has improved significantly throughout the whole tragedy, but particularly throughout the vaccination campaign. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We can see a future and a way out of this, as Councillor Dr McMahon has indicated, through the use of technology in the vaccination programme. We have a future ahead of us. We have something to look forward to. We are speaking to our MPs about how we move forward living with COVID and how our society sets itself up to deal with the new world that we find ourselves in. But this is at the vanguard of it, and we are doing tremendously well, as Councillor McMahon has indicated. I want to touch very briefly on the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, the JCVI, and their requirements for who goes first with the vaccine. Members will have seen around the country that in some places, some councils are allowing people to jump ahead of the queue. Our policy in Staffordshire is that we stick with the JCVI guidelines, because getting those people who are most vulnerable vaccinated first, saving those lives first, is what's most important to us, because that's how we get out of this, that's how we relieve the pressure on the NHS, and that's how we get back to life as normal as soon as possible. So I wanted to make that point, Madam Chairman. Thank you to Cabinet colleagues for and fellow councillors for their comments of support. Madam Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor White. I'm mindful that we've been at this now for quite a long time, and we are almost at the end of the leader's statement. We've got 2 more items on, but we've also got 2 other items to complete the agenda items on our council meeting. So I am going to take another 15 minutes break for everyone to refresh themselves. I'm sorry if as some of you might not want to do this, but I am mindful that we've been looking at the screen for quite a long time and not stretching our legs. So I'd like to see you back, if I can, by 2:10, if that's okay, and maybe we can complete the council business. Thank you very much indeed. We'll break now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Kath, I would have had the same decision and made the same decision as you.
Thank you, my love. That's what I like to hear. All together, that's what it's about. To support each other.
Chairman, we're now live again.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that, and welcome back, members. I hope you've all managed to get back to the screens. I know it wasn't for long, but I thought it necessary that you had another break in this morning's proceedings. So we'll move back onto the agenda item of the leaders' report, please, and go to agenda item 9, which is economic recovery. Thank you. Have I got any speakers on this one? Councillor Philip Atkins still with us?
I am.
Yes, he is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Atkins. I think you wanted to speak on this item.
Is that economic recovery?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did. There's a number of things that are going on, and I mentioned earlier on in the meeting this morning, you know, Captain Sir Tom and his brighter tomorrow, and I think we need to be thinking ahead about that and what repercussions are going on. My local firm, JCB, have made 400 agency workers full-time, 300 agency workers full-time, and they're recruiting 400 more welders and production workers. But I know they made a lot of people redundant at the start of the pandemic, but they tended to be design staff, and they kept on the production side of the factory. And from what they were saying in the press release when they announced that, is that all around the world, governments are putting money into infrastructure projects to reboot their economies. And obviously JCB and all of the suppliers and other agencies that put things in are benefiting from that. And while the meeting's been going on, I understand that Parliament have voted through and agreed phase 2A of HS2 up to Crewe. So that is another major step. Whether your views are for or against it, you have to understand that this is a new world that we're entering, particularly with climate change and more electric cars and the like, and the limited range they have. So we are going to have to think about, in the new world, it's not going to be the same. We're probably heading toward, well, we are heading towards electric cars with limited mileage. I noticed Western Power Distributors have got some open webinars coming up soon where they're going to discuss how they're going to improve the electric distribution network so that we can charge cars up at home and at supermarkets and power service stations and the like. That'll be another benefit for our electrical suppliers in Stafford with General Electric. It used to be Alstom because they supply all the transformers and the high voltage things that go with that electrical network. So there's going to be a different type of motor car. There's going to be, with electric engines, a different sort of electrical distribution system, a lot more in the 5G digital world, which is going forward. And there'll be a lot of construction equipment that's been made as well. And I was talking to Steve Bergin yesterday, who used to be the Vice President of Alstom Europe, about the hydrogen vehicles that are coming forward and how we do that with that. So that's one part of the economic recovery. But there's also, and looking at it, and it's, a lot of the things that we've got in this particular paragraphs are about incentivising people in 16 to 24-year-olds to become apprentices and the like. But there's also a lot of other changes that have gone on in our high streets. We've all seen shops close. What on earth's going to happen with the Pottery Shopping Centre, with Debenhams closing, which was a major part of that shopping centre? I don't know, but we will have to start thinking very, very quickly about how we're going to change our town centres. And I know David Brooks mentioned the town centre master plan earlier on. The words in the document are quite sage. However, putting in indicative plans was the wrong thing to do. It should have been a start of a discussion, because none of us know quite how the high street's going to work out in the future. So I know I said I wanted to speak on the economic recovery. I think it's probably the most important thing as we get used to living with COVID and vaccinations, which I had at my GP surgery next door. And as a farmer and biosecurity, we've had to learn to live with travel documentation with our animals. And, you know, the fact that you're having to be isolated for 10 days when you return, we've been having to do that with animals for 20 years since the last foot and mouth epidemic. We can't move anything off a farm when an animal comes in. And so we're just going to have a different sort of life. And there will be winners and there will be losers. And I think one of the things the County Council will have to think about in future is how we fund things, because council tax is a bit of a heavy, blunt instrument, and so is business rates as well. And we cannot have firms not paying their fair amount of tax to fund things when others are suffering from business rates and too high a rent. That's another one, landlords, too high a rent to manage to do their businesses. So it's, I'm sorry to go on at it, but I think this paragraph opens up a whole host of other things that are going to start benefiting for us. And I'll finish off by reminding what Captain Sir Tom said: tomorrow is going to be a brighter day. So thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Atkins. I'd now like to call Councillor Mrs Woodward, please.
Thanks, Chairman. Just following on from what Councillor Philip Atkins has just said, can I ask a question before Councillor Philip White comes in and responds.
Yes.
Is there any news, please, on the optimistically named Shared Prosperity Fund, which is the theoretical post-Brexit benefits that local councils are going to see very soon? Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any more questions before I bring in Councillor Philip White? I've got down John Francis. Did you wish to speak on this one, John Francis?
Oh, Chairman, Philip said it all.
Okay, that's lovely, thank you. I've got no more speakers then, so I'll like to call in the Councillor Philip White, the Cabinet Member for this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. Just quickly dealing with Mrs. Woodward's point, we're still awaiting that information, but I don't think I need to list the various other funding initiatives that have already come out of government. There's certainly no lack of theirs of those, and we've seen the benefit of many of them in Staffordshire. The Shared Prosperity Fund is, however, being launched in March, I believe, so we won't have long to wait for that particular scheme. It's appropriate that this was on the leader's statement as a separate item. I think the response to the pandemic has been covered well in numerous leaders' statements and cabinet reports and scrutiny. But as Philip Atkins always used to say when he was leader, and rightly so, we're a strategic authority, and our thoughts now need to turn to the recovery and to the renewal of our economy and the opportunities that there are ahead. And this item really is a bookmark in terms of that, to say that is where we are heading. Our role is to help create the conditions for success. Business will do the rest. Key amongst that is making sure that our workforce has the skills for the jobs of the future. And those jobs of the future are hurtling towards us at a very fast pace. That we have the right infrastructure. And that includes in particular the infrastructure in our towns and making those attractive and vibrant places for people to start spending their time again and enjoying. And we also need to make sure that we have the businesses of the future. So we have a strong emerging programme in terms of supporting startups and making Staffordshire one of the entrepreneurial centres of the country. And the other thing I'll just go back to is our partnerships. We are working extensively across the whole of the East and West Midlands, and particularly through Midlands Engine and Midlands Connect, to look at initiatives that can be real game changers, not only for Staffordshire but for the wider region, to make sure that we are fully participating in the levelling up agenda, and we're making sure that our part of the world gets that really significant investment, whether that's through the Shared Prosperity Fund or through other schemes. So it's really important that this is here immediately after the item on the COVID vaccine. That is our way out, but our better way forwards will always, of course, have at its heart good jobs and a bright future for all of our people. And we will play our part in making sure that that happens.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor White. Councillor Alan White, do you wish to make any comments, Leader of the Council? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Philip White has referenced the Midlands Engine. I just wanted to reference the Local Enterprise Partnership and the work that we're doing to make sure that plans are in place for when these funds do come out, we are ready to go. All too often, local authorities can seem to be slightly flat-footed when new funds come out. We are in a place now where we're anticipating those things. We're getting plans, what you might describe as oven ready for deployment to central government as soon as those funds are announced. So it's probably a new dynamic under the chairmanship of Alan Rogers, the relatively recently appointed chairman of the LEP. But I just wanted to reference that because I want to give people that confidence that we are literally in the starting blocks, ready to go as soon as government makes these announcements. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor White. We move on to item 10 of the Leader's Statement, the Dignity in Care Awards. And just before I bring anyone else in on this, could I just say a few words myself? As I said earlier on in my chairman's announcements, nominations for the 2021 Dignity in Care Awards opened on the 1st of February 2021. The awards honour the unsung heroes in our communities who care for the most vulnerable. On behalf of the Council, I would like to extend my thanks to all of the county's carers for the invaluable work they do. You are amazing people. So members, if you know of anyone or any group who cares and supports the most vulnerable, please submit them so that we can recognise and celebrate the achievements that they have made for this county of Staffordshire. Thank you. I'd now like to call in Councillor Mrs Jill Hood, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a good opportunity for me to mention the number of people in my division who have been and still are trying to care for their loved ones with the advanced stages of dementia and Alzheimer's, but in particular, those people who have got in touch with me asking if I can help, that they might be able to circumstances for them made for them to see their loved ones who are coming to the end of their life. But because there's COVID within the homes that their relatives, their loved ones are in, they can't see them. It's a heartbreaking time, and I think at this point they do need a special mention. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Have we any more speakers on this particular item, ladies and gentlemen? No? If that's the case, then I'd like to call on Johnny McMahon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. These Dignity and Care Awards, this is their 7th year, and they're back again, which is great. They celebrate the best in the care sector in Staffordshire. The profile of the care sector has gone through the roof during the last few months, and quite rightly so. It's been under-recognised for far too long. We usually get 100 nominations, but this is a very special year, and I would hope we'd see considerably more than 100. They can come from those who work in the care sector, from the informal care sector, and even care companies can be nominated. And there's 9 different categories, and I'll just mention a couple if I may. There's a Dignity Champion, there's a Leadership Award, there's a Young Dignity Champion, and there's an Informal Carer of the Year, just to mention 4 out of the 9. The closing date is May the 28th. So if members or residents that members know of carers who've gone the extra mile, then please nominate them. We want to make this a really big year for the Dignity in Care Awards. And whoever wins, there is no losers in this, because the care sector has absolutely gone out of its way on behalf of the most vulnerable in our community. And I want to take my hat off to them. And please nominate. Make this a big deal. Thank you very much.
I'd like to call on Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, please.
Thank you, Madam. It's been my privilege over a number of years to present some of the Dignity and Care Awards up at the theatre in Newcastle, and it's knocked my socks off to see those people and the recognition. Just that small act of recognition makes a massive difference to them. I think one of the most emotional moments was the Young Carer of the Year award, and it was a little boy. He was about 9, and he'd been looking after, I think it was his mum or something like that. And we often forget about those sort of things, don't we? Where these children are carers themselves. They've got their school to do. They're trying to do their social life. They're trying to live normal lives, and we shouldn't forget the massive contribution that people make to caring, and the value of that care that they put in. If we monetised it, it'd be over £1 billion a year that people put in voluntarily for friends and relatives and what have you. So please do feel free to or get in touch to nominate somebody you know who's been brilliant at caring over the past 12 months. It's a fantastic event, and it's great that we recognise the people who are doing that caring. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Lovely, thank you. That concludes the leader's statement, ladies and gentlemen. So now we move on to item 7. Oh, you wish to ask a question, Councillor Mrs Woodward?
Yes,
Sorry,
apologies.
I thought the question you asked before was the question you wanted to ask.
No, I did ask and checked with officers this morning that I could ask an additional question. It comes within the remit of the Cabinet, and it's an issue that has only been drawn to my attention over the last 36 hours. It's in relation to the Winter Grant Fund. Now, there was a lot of publicity around the Winter Grant Fund initially, which I shared as widely as possible in my division. And it's very welcome to support those who are really feeling the pinch at the moment. But applicants are now being told by the website, and I quote, "Due to the volume of applications, we have decided to temporarily shut down the online application form." I ask the question really, who is the we here? Moreover, I've been told that the February half-term free school meals vouchers are being taken out of the winter COVID grant, and that's 28,000 times £15, which is 420,000. You know, I just wonder whether the two are connected. So when are these applications likely to be processed? Because these are from families who are really feeling financial pressure now. And when will the grants be paid? Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Mark Sutton, I think you want to take this one.
I will, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, the money that we got from government for the winter grant fund, approximately 2.2 million. Obviously, it's finite, and there's and when that money is spent, it is spent. So we are. I had a briefing with officers yesterday, and it's likely that very shortly we will have allocated and spent all of the allocation. In relation to the question regarding the school meals vouchers in February, I'm not quite sure I understand exactly what Councillor Woodward was asking, but what I can say is what happened over Christmas and who that was allocated to will be exactly the same over the February half term, and all that is allocated for out of the winter grant fund. Easter will be a different thing, and there'll be a paper coming to Cabinet shortly regarding that.
Councillor Alan White, Leader of the Council, did you want to make any comments at all, or has Councillor Sutton covered it for you?
Councillor Sutton's covered it, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to item 7, questions under standing order. Members, the 5 questions and answers have been circulated to members and published on our website. In accordance with the usual procedure, questions and answers will be taken as read. I will allow each questionnaire 5 minutes in which to ask a supplementary question and to receive an answer. No debate is allowed on questions. So the first question is Councillor Brooks to Councillor David Williams. Councillor Brooks, do you have a supplementary question, please?
Indeed, I do, Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, could I thank Mr. David Williams for his full and frank response to my question. But I'd like to raise with Councillor Williams the issues that I'm facing within Uttoxeter regarding a memorial monument that the County Council have given temporary permission to be located for the period of remembrance, and the fact that Uttoxeter Marketplace and High Street are still considered as public highway land. And the question, I had prepared it, and I'm sorry if I read this, could you please inform the Council, in light of the statement read during the Uttoxeter Town Council meeting of Tuesday the 9th of February by Town and Borough Councillor Mr. Philip Hudson, exactly the type of consent given to the Town Council, the type of street furniture being installed in the marketplace in Uttoxeter, which is temporary and removable, in line with what can be put on the highway, and the amount of correspondence informing Uttoxeter Town Council of this agreement. I'm particularly aggrieved that Councillor Hudson and other leading councillors in Uttoxeter have been allowed to mislead both the Uttoxeter Town Council and the many residents in actually what has been going on. The Uttoxeter Town Council continuously refuse to deal with things in public and often hide behind private matters and put things into private. And I think you'll confirm, how many times they've been written to and it's been explained to them of what they can actually do on the public highway. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Brooks. I couldn't actually tell you how many letters and how many communiques as a number have been gone on this subject. What I can tell you is that both telephone conversations as well as official documents have been sent. Uttoxeter Borough Council are aware and have been given a notice by the County Council that the equipment that they have on this site is to be removed. They have sent a further email yesterday with a letter that is asking some questions around it, but that does not detract from the fact that this has been sent to them. The site itself has a temporary, and it is a very temporary form of approval for them to utilise for the time of remembrance. It is not there for a permanent site as it is said, and Councillor Brooks is quite right that is still classed as highway. So we are, apart from answering the questions that we have just received from Uttoxeter Borough Council, we have served them a notice that the equipment is to be removed. I will make members aware that Councillor Brooks has also purchased through his DHP and working with county council officers other equipment that will go on there as a temporary measure, which can then be removed for the period of remembrance, as there is another site very close by in Uttoxeter for remembrance. But this site is able to be used on a regular basis for the period of remembrance only, and it's not there for a permanent, in the current form of permissions, it's not there for any permanent other fixings apart from what the County Council have fixed. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Williams. The second question comes from Councillor Brooks again. Councillor Brooks, do you have a supplementary question for Councillor David Williams, please?
I do, and could I thank Councillor Williams for that response? I thank Councillor Williams for the response that he's given me with regard to the fantastic new initiative with these new machines that JCB have got. Could I urge Councillor Williams that he actually brings this into use within the local area of JCB so that they can use it to promote their machines? And I certainly want to see this brought to use in Uttoxeter. Many of my constituents are very frustrated when they report potholes or highway defects and they don't seem to get them repaired, and they blame the county councillor for not implementing it. And I don't think the public understand there's almost a firewall between elected members and contractors, and it would be quite inappropriate for me to order contractors to do works. But perhaps you could encourage JCB to roll out this machine in the Uttoxeter area for the benefit, not just of the residents of Uttoxeter, but for the benefit of JCB.
Councillor Williams, please. You're on mute, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the question, Councillor Brooks. As you're aware, this is a new machine. Currently, I have not seen it work, and neither have my officers. And until I can assess how good it is and its value for us as an organisation, then I can't comment as to whether I would want to roll it out or not. I will make him aware and members aware that this machine prepares a site to be refilled with tarmac and finished off. It doesn't complete the site as it goes, so it's something where I need to assess it. I need to assess how much it's going to cost, what it can do. It will depend on what conditions it can work in. Will it be too harsh for certain types of roads? Will it be okay for others? And it's something I need to evaluate, as there are obviously other things out there on the marketplace. What I will say is that if it is a useful piece of equipment after evaluation, then obviously I would love to see it come into use and would promote that if that was the case. But I am also aware that there are other things on the market, and I need to look at the best and most cost-effective way of dealing with potholes. You are quite right. Potholes are on the increase, especially as the weather we've just had. But I have to say, and I'm going to pay tribute to the officers and who are working in these conditions, who are still repairing potholes, maybe in a temporary way, with equipment that is older and takes longer to use. But they are doing that as best as they can, as well as working around the amount of floods. And we are in our gritting season. So I take on board everything that Councillor Brooks says, and hopefully, if evaluated, we'll take this further. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Williams. We now have Councillor Ron Clark. Have you a supplementary question you'd like to ask to Councillor David Williams?
I do, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, for your reply. I am fully aware of some of the problems we have in respect of people then applying for sort of residential parking, and then when they find out the cost, then they sort of withdraw. This is an issue. The reason why my question has come straight to you, quite frankly, is a person, one of my residents, applied for a parking residential zone on behalf of 11 people. They are all fully aware of the costs involved. They want it ASAP, and that was over 12 months ago, and never had a reply. Now, I myself then sort of filled in the details on behalf of this individual, sent it then through the normal channels. That was over 2 months ago, and I haven't had a reply. So my question to you, basically, is that will you ensure then that people who take the time to fill out an application form at least has an acknowledgement of that they've received, the council received it, although I do accept there are backlogs and on many issues, but at least an automated sort of reply to say that the form has been registered, although there is a backlog, etc. It's a communications problem. So I would hope that you would deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And I find it very disappointing that even the initial response hasn't been acknowledged. If you'd like to send that through me, I'll ensure that takes place. That does not, can't guarantee that the area that these people would request that will be able to go through. But what I will say is that I will acknowledge it, and I will look through it for you. Please send it to me directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Mrs. Charlotte Atkins, you have a question. You have a question to Councillor David Williams. Have you a supplementary question, please?
Yes, I have. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm grateful to Councillor Williams for his response, and he rightly identified, of course, it is my frustration on the Morley Street situation. The reason I put this down, because from September, when I asked for a site visit, which didn't happen, I've chased some sort of report on this 6 times since November and have still not yet got a response. What I do want to know on behalf of residents is how much this is likely to cost, because I need to find out whether it's going to be accommodated within my DHP or not. But it's just very frustrating when emails just don't get answered and you keep on chasing. I occasionally go to Mr. Bailey because I don't get a response, but even then it is very frustrating. And of course residents don't understand that you are trying to get a response from Highways, and it was very useful in your response to tell me what the normal time spans are, but this is a very simple project and it is very, very frustrating when county councillors don't get a timely response. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. And again, very much similar to Councillor Ron. It's very distressing to me that you haven't received responses and the right information. If you would send me what you've sent forward to officers previously, I will personally ensure that you will get the responses you need in a very timely manner. I can't say more than that. And the only thing I am saying is that we are trying to change a few things within Highways, and that's one of them. So please send it to me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Question 5 is a question was asked from Councillor Hood to Councillor Victoria Wilson. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Police Crime Commissioner, Matthew Ellis, spoke about the crime wave in Stone at the meeting held on February the 2nd of the Police and Fire Panel. and described it as embellishment and blown up out of all proportion. He later wrote a letter to me, and it was obvious he'd had no idea what had taken place in Stone. So I sincerely thank you, Mrs. Wilson, for your detailed response, which states that crime has reduced by 14.7% this year, and that there's a 3-year programme to increase officer numbers. As we're only in February, are you satisfied that this is a true reflection of crime numbers? And will a 3-year programme of increasing officer numbers be time enough to stop predatory crimes we're seeing due to lockdown and mostly carried out during the night? Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Mrs. Wilson, you wish to reply?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, at Council, we have representation on the various Safer Neighbourhood panels, and in this way we make sure that at district level we're always aware of the data and the efforts that are being made by the police. I chair the Safer and Stronger Strategy Group meeting too, and know well how our partners are working on all aspects of policing to keep our county safe. Chief Superintendent Jen Mattinson, or one of her colleagues, attends the Safer and Stronger board, and the police are a lead partner on a number of partnership priorities such as serious violence and antisocial behaviour. Jen Mattinson has also said that she's happy to provide further information if required. So if I could refer Councillor Mrs Hood to her if she wishes to understand better about the specifics of policing in Stone, as she has the responsibility for the policing activity there. But yes, I do feel that the answer is a robust answer, and I am reassured that all that can be done in Stone is being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Thank you very much indeed. That concludes that item, ladies and gentlemen. We move to agenda item 8, petitions. Does any member have a petition they wish to present, please? Mr. David Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to give notice. I've actually handed in an e-petition because I think this is probably the only way we can safely deliver petitions on behalf of residents against the current Uttoxeter Town Centre Master Plan. This petition's only been going for a very short time. I think it's only been a matter of a few weeks. And already the petition has 1,000 signatures, or close to 1,000 signatures. I want council to actually understand the seriousness of this and the serious disquiet with my residents in Uttoxeter. I also want to draw attention within this petition to the fact that a councillor of Uttoxeter, Councillor Kruksky, wrote to yourself, Chairman, and to the Chief Executive earlier in January, the 15th of January, raising his very serious, and I will say, very valid and well-considered concerns regarding this master plan document. I'm unhappy with it, Chairman, and I'm unhappy to be delivering this petition because I, like Mr. Atkins has said, I believe we do need to have an updated master plan for Uttoxeter, but sadly, I believe this has been very poorly delivered, and I'm very unhappy about it. So our petition, I note, has been delivered. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Councillor Brooks. I know that your petition has been received. Thank you. Are there no further petitions then, ladies and gentlemen? No? Thank you. I'll move on then to agenda item 9, which is the exclusion of the public, but we have no further business, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our meeting for today, our council meeting. So I'd like to take this opportunity, if I may, to thank everyone today for their contribution, both the officers in the background there and to the members this morning. We've had a very productive meeting, I believe, today. So thank you all for your input. I can't thank you enough. It's been a long one, but it's been well worthwhile. Thank you. And can I take this opportunity to wish you all a most enjoyable of what is left of the day. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. David, by all for your great monologue.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Well done, Kath.